All right, hello and welcome to this week's or last week's or I don't know. It's kind of weird because we're like in between weeks at this point because in Dungeons and Dragons scheduling is a suggestion, basically. But
Real final boss.
welcome back to the latest episode of Rough Rolling, where pain is the name of the game, apparently.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm Gray. I'm your DM, and with me are the 5 usual idiots.
I'm idiot number 1.
I'm idiot number 7.
Let's
Wait.
see
An idiot 6.5.
how long they go before they end up pissing somebody off and almost die in a fucking fusillade of musket fire.
Gonna be the Mormons next, I think.
Yeah, that would track.
Yeah, what is this universe's version of Mormons?
There isn't, basically.
That's not very inclusive.
I don't care. Mormons wrote Twilight. No.
Hell yeah.
Leanne, why don't
God,
you
I
go ahead and
forgot
give us a
about that.
review as to what fuckery happened last session?
Sure, and we'll see if my internet is consistent enough to actually get through everything. So I believe we were starting off by finishing the last couple hours of the day, the previous day, that is. And when, well, the 3, well, I wouldn't say the 3 normal suspects. I say one of the normal suspects and then a couple of the other half suspects. Headed down to deliver the package. That's, well, looks like everything froze on my end.
We still had your audio.
No, it's streaming.
Nope. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody froze on my screen, and I wasn't hearing anything.
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyway, Sven, Fernix, and Gurgamesh all made their way down to, let's see, where was that? Is that called again? The Dregs, over by the old docks, western part of the city, to deliver a package that Sven picked up for some reason from Siegfried to Ash back in Innsbruck. After making their way down there, they, well, set up a meeting, of course. And things went about as well as you might have expected. They didn't immediately start a fight, but they kind of entrapped inside of one of the ships as they were speaking with the fellow who was running the place. And, well, the package was delivered, but so was some drops of their blood, I believe, semi-unwillingly. That, we don't know why that was taken, but, of course, it's something that I'm sure we'll find out eventually.
We were forced at gunpoint to give it.
Well, two of you were.
Yeah.
Mainly because I didn't know what was going on. And so I was like, oh, you're talking to them too. And it's like, oh, no, you too. And I'm like, oh, right.
Well, I mean, they didn't take it. You still gave it willingly, you know.
Yeah.
You just also
yeah.
did the other option was just, you know,
That's.
emulating Swiss
Probably
cheese.
that.
I don't know if it's willing, if it's at gunpoint.
I mean,
You always have a choice.
I was pretty confident that
Mhm.
Gurgamesh could take all of those guys, all like 30 or 40 of the gunmen by himself. But
Yeah.
you know, I was a little worried about Fernix over there. So
Right. It was altruism.
Dove out the window.
Yeah, sure. Maybe you could have survived the first round.
yeah.
I'm surprised you guys didn't ask why the captain there wasn't concerned about all the guns pointing directly in his direction as well as yours. But question for next time, I suppose. Oh, I assume, but question came up in my mind at least. Anyway, there's spells.
I was assuming
get around that.
he probably didn't want to because replacing an office is expensive.
Those are pretty old ships too, I think. So
Look,
I mean,
Sven's
the
blood
unfortunate-
is really difficult to get out of the carpet.
The unfortunate thing is that like the way Gray makes his NPCs is that they're always stronger than us. So it's not like we could have just taken this guy hostage and used him as a meat shield to get out of there.
Yeah,
I like
but
their-
Probably not.
there were a lot of avenues to approach that situation that probably could have been approached first.
Yes,
At least
man. Why
in
didn't
Vic's-
you try diplomacy?
I think in Vic's opinion, the choice would have been to dump the package in the river and not go in the first place. But, well, A little late for that. Doesn't matter. We made it through. We're all fine. See how things go from the future.
Oh,
After that-
Garugamesh also almost name dropped Daxius, who for this city is he who must not be named.
Pretty much.
Because he's been here before. He was here 6 months.
Right, I think he vaguely described Daxius.
I think
but
you
not,
all but
named.
name dropped him.
Yeah.
I gave a false physical description of him.
You said it was a god
Hardly false.
person. Which isn't
There's-
too far off.
In the real world, in the modern day,
Technically
most
true.
people think foxes are canines.
Are they not?
No,
They're their own
wait,
thing.
no, they. But
I thought they were in the
They're
same
more-
family.
They're closely
Yeah.
related to canines. You're thinking of hyenas. Hyenas are much
Oh.
more related to felines.
that's another one. Yeah.
Anyway,
Regardless.
the night passed with all of our characters' bodies being unspoiled for the most part. And in the morning, we awoke at various different times, as is the tendency for the different people of the party, and had a meeting with. Who was that? Forgetting names, of course. It was one of the. It was a representative of the Veiled Archive.
She gave her name as
was-
Summer.
Oh, yeah.
Summer.
That's it.
But essentially, that was both introducing ourselves and giving a bit of a backstory on the big picture items of the quest so far. I think I'll avoid going into too many details there because, well, that was half the session last time.
Mhm.
But after this meeting, we went down to the southwest part of the city, both Old Lunabrook and the South Shore, to try to track down Malievic's old mentor, who had reached out to him and asked for his assistance for a certain situation. After heading down there and having to ask around a bit, we eventually did track her down to the Library of Thought, which is a strange bar of sorts in Old Lunabrook. And
What's it look like?
basically it was like a library, except a bar,
Wow.
hence the name.
Wow.
Yeah, next year too.
Powerful.
Yes, after making some introductions and getting a bit of context on the strange issue, both the shiver drug as well as the propensity for vivid dreaming or lucid dreaming and nightmares that were causing some issues around Old Lunabrook, particularly the Bridgefront area. The conversation was interrupted by some commotion outside, which ended up being a corpse being piloted by a fart cloud, if I remember correctly.
More or less.
Yeah.
No, it was a very large cloud of evil energy that was basically dragging around a corpse and attacking people. Some of the guards were incapacitated by it before the rest of our group stepped outside and helped to dispatch it. And I believe that was about where we left off, with us sending off the guards to get some help, and as well as dragging the body into an alley to proceed forward. I think that just about covers it.
Yep, that
Mhm.
pretty much does.
Well, didn't we leave on a cliffhanger question? What was it?
You were going to start actually
the-
studying the body.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yes,
The
it was
cliffhanger
the
was
What
that
is
this
this?
person is the nephew of one of the most powerful magistrates in the city.
There it is.
it's the Magistrate of Commerce.
Magistrate of Commerce, indeed. Frell Tann. The captain of the CIS sent some of her guards in order to go more or less inform the government and try and get a handle on some of this. Others were left here to secure the area to make sure that, if at all possible, his body wouldn't be studied. I think somebody managed to produce a cloth of some kind to cover it while you were in the alleyway. Caroline told you about who he probably was, and that's where we ended. So we will be fading back in at that point, as I know there were questions concerning the corpse itself.
Is
Take it
the,
away.
the old corpse tart from episode 1, or session 1.
It came back around. Finally got
Well,
some
we
use
have-
out of it.
I guess we've the body into an alleyway, kind of set up a perimeter. Prevents any onlookers from getting too close, I believe.
Pretty much, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ben's trying to help with the healing effort on the people who are downed.
They both left,
Uh,
I thought.
Of the guards, yeah. Well, they weren't down. They were just basically having a horrible hallucination.
He probably doesn't know that till he gets there.
Well, they left.
They left.
Oh, I chase after them. No. All right, never mind. I guess I'm here.
It's like, you can't just say no after every single time you're doing something.
I swear to God, we're gonna institute that rule where if you say it, that's what you do.
We gotta get like a D100 every time Barry says no, I'm not gonna do that. And if he rolls above something, he actually
It's
does
for
it.
comedy, guys. I do it for comedy.
It's the schizophrenic mechanics.
Yeah.
It'll start at 95, and every time he says it, it lowers by 5. So eventually, it's gonna happen. Period.
All right. Anyway, if we can get to a place where we can still kind of take a look at the corpse and still be away from eyes, probably would be good to
Yeah.
see if we can't get an idea of what's going on.
Beside the Library of Thought, you're able to drag the body into the alleyway deep enough that a few of you can stand shoulder to shoulder to cover the mouth, whereas in the rear, there's not nearly as many people going back to a common area where there's most likely like a well and other things for the surrounding buildings. And once you're there, you're able to get a better look at it.
I'm gonna really quickly just message Lan and just say, do you think it'd be worthwhile trying to figure out where this guy came from? Like, I can just follow the trail of bodies while you guys are doing this.
If you want to take a quick round, see if you can find some tracks, that'd probably be good. We can't get anything off the body itself.
All right, I'll see what I can find, and I'll do that while they're doing this.
Okay. You can go ahead and give me a knowledge local, and the rest of you, would you like an overview of what's obvious on the corpse, or would you prefer to just ask questions?
Let's get an overview first.
Yeah.
So,
I was also going to ask, are there any doorways that are nearby in the alley?
most likely, yeah.
I'll go over to one of them and take out what's all the stuff I got to take out. Take out a little onyx door, a polished agate pebble, and a miniature silk tent, and I put the silk tent over the pebble. And then as I take it off, I go to open up one of those doors, and there's a kind of like almost like the colors of like a cat's eye portal that appears as the door opens up, and I'm going to designate all of us and the other people who were interested in examining the body as people who can enter into the shadow shelter, and that's going to be around for an hour and 20.
Hey.
And I'll just thumb over to it. We can have a little more privacy in here. And step through.
All right.
It is a pretty much like black and white, I guess like a dining area sort of deal, or it's got some tables and chairs, but there's no actual food here. It's all fake food.
Okay. Well, the captain is not going to argue argue with you since you're getting the face of somebody rather powerful out of the public sphere. So,
I'm just imagining just Fernix's room here, but it's all like fake fruit like bowls, but it's all the same fruit bowl, like a game developer that ran
Yes.
out of assets and just put the same one multiple times.
Can I
Yeah,
use
there's just, like, 10 on the
prestidigitation
table.
to flavor
Yeah.
the fake fruit?
I mean, you had better do that like
You can eat
immediately
it.
because Garugamesh is about to put one up to his face to bite.
You can eat it. It's just not going to sustain you at all.
Yep, they don't have any real substance to them, so your hand just passes through them. It's
Hologram.
it's rather sad.
So,
It's just the impression of fruit.
The impression of fruit. Okay.
Holographic meatloaf.
whoever's helping the captain move the body inside goes to put the body up onto the table, much like it is actually being given an autopsy.
Mm-hmm.
And as bowls are scattered and the body is thrown down, this is what you're able to see. Obviously, the body is male, probably between the age of 28 and 35. What skin is on his body is extremely pallid, ashen, lifeless. His head has been split open at the jaw, with the bottom half of the jaw hanging loosely, limply down his chest. His expression, especially in his eyes and on his forehead, appear to be of absolute terror. He is dressed somewhat well, although a lot of the clothes have been destroyed in a way or one way or another, almost eaten away. His left arm and his right leg have been reduced primarily to bone, and you can see where on the limb, the flesh sort of stops. Other than that, he is wearing relatively average clothes, although one piece does stand out, which is a shirt, which is pretty heavily destroyed, made out of a very fine red silk.
I look at the one piece and whisper under my breath that it's real.
You do that in game?
Give me D100.
No, I'll do it for real. Who cares?
So,
We're Garugamesh maxing.
Garugamesh maxing. Yeah, so instead of just pretending to do all the stupid shit that you want to do, just do it. It's D&D.
Let's see what happens.
Is there a tag on the shirt? Or
No.
It says
No
do
way.
not wash.
no Weaver? Do not wash.
It's made in China.
yeah,
It
no.
will shrink.
While the clothes seem to be somewhat nice, if you do search for a maker's mark, you're not going to find any.
Okay.
I'm gonna start looking through his pockets or coat and see if he's got anything on him.
You come up empty. Yeah.
So he didn't have anything identifying on the clothing. Well, they know his face. So I guess I'll ask, do you know where he was last seen?
Well, I guess that's kind of half of the problem. Carolyn responds to you. You see, if I had my guess, he ended a pig slop. Right? She kind of gestures to the limbs that have been very obviously gnawed away and says, most likely he was thrown out into a pigsty. Most likely behind one of the dens that people go to in order to,
Murder mystery fans are losing their minds right now. Feeling seen.
Well, hopefully I already did at that point.
Most likely, yeah.
Are there any other, identifying wounds on the neck or whatever's left of that?
Give me a knowledge, give me a heal check.
I'll also guidance myself. Probably be doing that a couple of times. Oh my god. My 1 rank in heal. A 13.
You don't necessarily notice anything beyond that. The man's, obviously, you can tell where, whatever the hell it was forced its way out, or tore open his jaw, like it goes all the way back to his neck. Other than that, you can see that there are a decent amount of scars on his face specifically, including, generally speaking, a pretty large scar that goes down his forehead. You can tell that to be most likely a dueling scar.
Would Vic be able to take a look at try to see if, same thing basically, what might have killed him prior to this whole situation?
Sure, give me a heal check, same as him.
Sure. And I'll also do guidance on that because I forget that I have that as well.
You know what? While the party is doing this stuff, can Sven be asking witnesses?
Sure. Give me a knowledge local.
I was hoping you would ask me for diplomacy, but
No.
I'll do knowledge
You're
local.
going to be gathering information, not specifically convincing one person.
Well,
You find a lot of people don't want to talk to you. Like, just period. Like, you ask them questions and they're like, not involved, and just give you space.
I mean, gather information is diplomacy.
Yeah, well, this is from a larger group, not necessarily one person. So,
Oh yeah, it also takes 24 hours.
Yeah.
For the diplomacy.
but honestly, that's about
Oh.
what you were going to come up with regardless. You have gotten the feeling, as well as with what you were told by both Caroline and Melia, that people here do not interact with those who are not within their group, for a multitude of reasons. Those of you who grew up pretty poor can probably guess what those reasons are.
racism.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
They're being classist against rich people.
Mm-hmm.
Vic, with that heal check, you're pretty much getting about what he did. You can definitely tell where his flesh has been gnawed down to sinew and bone and barely held on. Most likely he died not from the actual gnawing off of a limb. There's no blood, fresh blood, that comes out from the wound. Similarly, he was dead before whatever the hell it is forced its way through his jaw, going one way or the other. There is no blood fresh on either his skin, even within the mouth, or down any of his clothes. Most of which is covered in mud and shit.
But I guess it was probably a poisoning or an overdose or something of that sort. No fresh wounds that aren't related to the cloud thing. And Captain Stauffer, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that this is not something you've seen before.
No, it really isn't. We've gotten a lot of bodies that have shown up kind of the same color as his skin, totally pallid, ashen gray. Nothing with their jaw split open. That's a new one.
Right.
Maybe around the old detect magic?
Might not be a bad idea.
I haven't tried that yet, I guess.
I do detect evil as well.
Yeah, because I'm not above dumping a protection from evil potion on the corpse if we figure out that that's needed.
Gray, I'm gonna sniff the area.
Or what?
I don't know. I don't know if there is to sniff, but maybe there's something interesting.
Horse
Maybe I
poop.
smell evil.
People
You
poop.
can smell the guy.
Smells like shit. Shit and low tide.
Oh.
Maybe I can smell drugs on it.
Do you know what Shiver smells like?
Maybe Sven gets around.
It might have an
Alright.
unfamiliar odor.
So, obviously, like on the corpse itself, you don't detect like evil coming from it. It is a inanimate object at this point, which is probably good because now you know that it is not undead. Like, it is
Doesn't
a-
detect evil like detect lingering auras, or is that only detect magic?
It can do lingering auras, but if it's more than like a few minutes since it's gone, then it usually doesn't stay around. It's like even strong auras don't last more than, 1d6 times 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Which I don't think this would be strong.
If you do pick up something, it is the faintest of whiffs, and then it's gone. It's kind of a similar situation for the detect magic. You do hear, or excuse me, you do feel some magic coming off of it, but the longer you wait, the less there is.
Probably a bit late for all this. Yeah, I think it goes away at like a really fast rate for magic.
Yeah,
It's something like within a round a normal spell you only get the weakest aura,
Yeah, like
so you don't even get the school.
it has to be a really strong artifact to last a lingering thing of any size.
Well, do we want to try for maybe another identification roll on this? I don't have good plans, but I do have it.
I don't know. I've studied quite a bit of this stuff, and I can't think of anything this could have been. Go. More than welcome to try again, I suppose.
I guess. Well, let's see. It did come out of the mouth, so I guess I'll check in there. As much as I don't know if I'll find anything. Maybe it leaves a marking or something. Be like I possessed this thing.
Yeah, go for it if you want to.
What would that be?
Knowledge planes, assuming is that what you're going for, or knowledge arcana?
Sure. Well, I was like, I'll go for Arcana if that's available.
You can try. It's a broad kind of set of knowledge, and when you don't necessarily know what it would fall into.
Yeah, and the guidance myself, 21.
Okay. You're not necessarily super familiar. The whiffs of magic that you got off of it, faint as they were, could have fallen into a couple of different categories. Most likely, if you had to guess, if at all, anything, it would probably fall into conjuration. When it comes to knowing the creatures that cross the planes that separate the material plane from the elemental ones or anything from the great beyond, this isn't familiar. Like, you've dealt with a decent amount of things that come from, planes of fire, the hell, or heaven. This doesn't strike you as belonging to any of them.
Yes. I'm afraid I don't have anything either. I just get up from whatever I'm looking at and kind of like clench my eyes shut for a second. It's probably gross. Yeah, so this doesn't even ring of the lower planes. It just seems like a rote possession almost.
This is certainly a mystery.
On the outside, Daxius, you start trying to figure out a way that, perhaps a path by which he came. And you can kind of at least logic your way back for the first couple of blocks, going towards the Elbe. And then, you don't know if he broke off, what road he came off of, but eventually it becomes very obvious that there is no trail. People have sort of returned to normal, and what hasn't is heavily obscured by the tangle that is the shingles, so the built-up portions above the road. as you kind of get closer towards the Elbe riverbank, the houses become shittier and more ramshackle and leaned against one another. People living on top of people on top of people on top of people. If there was a trail, it is gone.
Yeah, I'll just head back then. It'll take me a minute to make my way back.
Well, at this
You
point,
could try and get Sven to follow the trail because scent trails last a lot longer.
I mean, like, what trail would you necessarily be following? A lot of the scents that would be clinging to him are things which pervade the air. Mud, shit, low tide, things like that.
I mean, just his natural smell. Scent tracking is really, really good.
It is when you're not dealing with something where everything else kind of smells the same. I don't think bloodhounds could track down where exactly you came from.
You'd be surprised. Bloodhounds are scary how good they are.
So,
Like, you basically can't hide from bloodhounds.
Mhm.
Caroline has reached the point where it's like there's nothing very obviously forthcoming. Melia has just been sitting back watching this because this doesn't really fall under her purview. And Caroline is kind of left behind to ride. She finally tells you, okay, look, let's just keep him here for now. I know somebody's going to be coming down either from City Hall or from Northlight Citadel. We're going to wait until we get some word from them. And then we'll deal with whatever happens afterwards. I don't know what they're gonna want. Whether it's Sugar Greystone, the general of the Lunar Guard, or whether it's somebody from City Hall, considering that this is politically sensitive. On one hand, I can see them wanting to not let this out, period. On the other hand, whatever was able to and willing to kill him obviously does not give a shit about who or what it kills. And it's only going to be a matter of time until something else comes along. Now, and she indicates both herself and Melia, can't really go through this neighborhood. We're a known object. Myself because, and she just kind of gestures to her armor, and Melia because she isn't exactly subtle. And Melia just kind of shrugs. What do you want from me? Not going door to door asking people, that's what. You guys at least are a non-entity around here, as far as I know. The people here won't recognize you, and as long as you dress and try and act like you're not cops, it's probably you might be able to get some sort of information out of these people. But understand that these people are not going to be forthcoming. The neighborhood is impenetrable. The people here not only don't want people here, they are almost violently opposed to any kind of authority that comes into this neighborhood. Which, if it were a small gang or something like that, I think even we could handle the guard, those of us who aren't fucking corrupt. But when it's a whole neighborhood of possibly 5,000 to 8,000 people, you guys want to talk it over, I'm going to step outside and make sure that the scene is being controlled.
Certainly.
And she turns and exits through the portal, and leaving you all alone with the corpse and Melia.
Well, I'll be honest, I feel completely out of my element here. I look to Phoenix and the others. Is there some way I can help? I could go fetch books or something.
Come up dry so far. I don't suppose it's the worst idea in the world, but we probably have the best luck if we find out where he came from and then what to even look into. It's puzzling
Dex just
thing.
went to go see if he could follow the trail, but
Right.
in this
What trail
situation,
did it
I'm
lead
not
exactly?
entirely sure how well that was going to go.
It was a thing of mist and smoke. I'm not sure if it plays by all of our rules.
I would be very shocked if
necessarily.
there wasn't some sort of relation to the river problem, as well as the dreams or whatever the hell the issue is. Exactly.
It does remind me of those creatures from the arena in some ways.
The dogs or something else.
Right. They suddenly appeared. And it's like they didn't leave much of a trace when they were disposed of.
This was less corporeal in nature, so I suppose I'm not as surprised in how it ended. Perhaps we need to find a way to get this source found on our end. I don't think there's going to be much of a point in searching for crime scenes, murder scenes in this area. I imagine that not only will we be able to find one, we'll be flush with options. Especially one that doesn't especially help that there's no indication that he was violently murdered beforehand.
Perhaps he got mixed up with the wrong kind of magic. Could this be a magic mishap?
It is
be
possible.
one hell of a mishap to end up dead and then partially reanimated by some sort of extraplanar cloud.
You know, they tell stories of wizards who mess up on this great of a scale. Tales of caution of, you have to be careful with your magics, else something bad happen.
I don't get the impression that this man was a wizard.
Perhaps not, but voicing my thoughts.
If there's somebody putting these foul spirits into bodies, even accidentally, then they're going to be a problem.
That was sort of my thought. If some of the way that the truck described was either a triumphant personal growth, or more commonly, if I had to guess, a descent into existential dreamlike madness. If there is some sort of magical nature to that drug, then
Could this
seems
be
fitting.
what-
It seems fitting that this would be the source. So we all saw how the creature was using those guards, almost forcing
Perhaps
halluc-
it
some sort.
was some kind of magical interaction with the drug.
Perhaps,
You know how the tales of if you put a bag of holding in another bag of holding, it rips open a hole into the astral plane? Maybe something like that. He had something magic, he took the drug, and the thing, well, interacted weirdly.
perhaps, but he was clearly dead before the creature sprung out of him. So if that was the case, it would have had to have been quite a delayed response if people who were watching him had enough to realize that he died and partially feed him to a set of pigs. I think the main issue is that the main takeaway that we need to find out where the drug is coming from. Find out as much information about it as possible. It's hard to tell that it's directly related, but there's enough connection to make that a main goal in the area for now. So, what do you all think?
Yeah, I think
Sounds
finding
like
the
a good
source
lead.
would be the best way to go about this, and then once we have more information, we can decide how to handle it further.
Phoenix, what do we see?
Oh, it seems like that makes sense. We'll just need to follow the branches of this particular tree back before we can trace it to the root.
Agreed. Now, as far as how about that? Well, not particularly subtle either, as you might have guessed, but perhaps, well, Taxis then might have a. You three might have a better chance of cruising with the locals in a more natural way. Particularly the hats of disguise, or just disguises in general, to help things blend in would be worth it. And if that doesn't work, perhaps the tried and true method of identity. Find someone around the area that you can watch for a while. Preferably one that appears they might be under the influence of substance. Gather as much information on them as possible, and given the opportunity, the circumstances are right, just take over that for a while.
I understood most of that.
Yeah, you were in and out for most of that.
Mhm.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna go on record to say, fuck you, AT&T.
Hell yeah.
Oh, we just lost our sponsor.
A bold stance.
Fuck
Yeah,
you,
they were gonna be
Big
the-
Daddy.
They were gonna be the first sponsor of the podcast. No, I'll paraphrase. Basically, he was suggesting that Sven and Daxius perhaps, try to integrate themselves with the locals, either through disguising themselves, how to disguise, or however they see best fit, since, well, Vic is not subtle and Fernix is not as much of a people person in general.
Nope.
But if that doesn't work, he suggested just following someone around for a while, and then given the opportunity and with enough information on that person, just basically just knock them out, kidnap them, and steal their identity. So that way you've basically got an identity that's already established in the community rather than having to forge a new one. Use that as the jumping point to look around.
That's a very evil thing for Vic to suggest.
He didn't just kill him.
Yeah, but knocking somebody out and stealing their identity is a little.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they would be very upset if you their credit score. I'm pretty sure that's not what the plan was.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sure that was a sick burn, but we only got to hear half of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that something don't mess with credit score.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother, preach.
All right.
But that was just his suggestion.
That could work.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
We could get them to go somewhere with you and then ambush them.
Okay. So, maybe about 10, maybe 15 minutes pass. And, nothing really develops. Obviously, the corpse doesn't change, probably for the best. But eventually, you see Caroline re-enter. Another one of her guards follows her in. One that had made the 1,000-yard dash to wherever it is he needed to go. And he stops speaking with her, and she goes forward and says, "All right. So, obviously you people are competent, and Melia was accurate in saying that, and it was probably a good thing she sent for somebody outside help who don't look like guards. And only one of you kind of looks like a guard. So, if I'm correct, and you actually here want to try and bring some sort of help to this already fucked up neighborhood, I might be able to make a few introductions.
If
Are
you
you
would.
interested?
Greatly
Well, yes.
interested. Yes.
And we're gonna have to
If-
clean him up, at least put him in a bag or something.
If it
then-
helps, and I look around, I'm interested in charity work as well. I have a great many tools at my disposal. If that helps us get in with the locals.
Oh, well, not in this case.
It'd probably be better overall if we just tried to put a nail in this coffin. But I'll let my men handle that. We're gonna make sure that this one just doesn't go to Northlight to be incinerated, and considering who he's related to, I'm pretty sure I can make that happen. The rest of us, though, we need to go to City Hall.
All right.
To talk to my boss's boss.
I see.
Yeah.
Is that because of who this person was, or?
Yeah. Pretty much exactly
Okay.
because of who this person was. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Hoping we could avoid getting first-hand conversations with political leaders, but seems it might be difficult to avoid in this case.
At this point, yeah, you're a little up past your waist. I'll wait outside. When you're ready, just come get me.
All right. Well, I don't think we put him in the bag of holding.
No, she said her men would
Nope.
handle bagging him.
Ah, okay.
Yep, which is good because I was like, do I even have create water today? I do not.
Oh, we can just animate corpse and take him where we want, right?
Here, I made him a zombie for you. Did it just for you.
Short walk to the old Rideau.
I'm sure this can't get us in trouble.
Oh, not at all. Why would that get you in trouble?
Well, I guess that I'll look to everyone else and be like, suppose you'd best get a move on there to find out more about the situation. Although there was the stuff at the Valier Society, I was hoping to get to sooner rather than later, but I suppose it can wait.
Well, the day is still young.
If it hasn't
Here,
killed
things
Oliver
come.
yet, he can hang in there for another hour or so.
I can only imagine what's going through that man's mind.
Suppose we best start moving then.
And so we do.
All right.
All right.
I'll
I
be
pull
sure
out the
to fill in
coconuts.
Yep, I fill in the guards on the logistics. If they leave the body in here, it'll get just shunted out when the spell ends, so they have however long.
If
Hey,
they,
wait 5 minutes.
they're waiting outside with like a burlap, like the stuff they move like feed around. One of those.
They wait 5 minutes long and it just ends up bladdered against the nail.
Yeah. So, you're able to explain to them, that once the magic is done, you don't need to worry, or once they're done, the magic will work itself out. And they go in after you guys leave. Caroline then begins to lead you. It's not a long walk, shockingly, across the main bridge and into the heartlands to Center City. In Imperial Square, that's where City Hall is, new City Hall. It is a well-made but visually boring building. flat, well-masoned stone with high, well-made windows. It is 4 stories tall and has a slate roof with dormer windows sticking out of it, giving it a 5th floor. There is an attached building which seems to function as some sort of a visitor center, but like public-facing endeavors. Most likely also for tax collection as well. Caroline, however, leads you to the main building and inside. There is a, hey, wipe your feet, but yeah, at this point. Going inside, it is much cooler in here, just by virtue of being surrounded by thick stone walls. You're led past rows and rows of functionally offices built into the walls, where director of this and supervisor of that and all this other shit goes on. You pass everything from other administrative and bureaucrats walking through to guards and people who definitely seem to be much higher up the food chain. You're led up to the 3rd floor, where the decorations become a little more pronounced, I suppose. It's a little more ornate up here. And you begin passing much larger offices. Second. You pass offices that have plaques on them that are marked Mayor, Magistrate of Commerce, which thankfully is closed, as the name on that is Frell Tann. You passed one marked Civil Gar, another one marked Lola Peregrine, and then finally to one that is marked Magistrate of Civil Order, Stanton Brew. She goes to the door, Caroline, and opens it for you, ushering everybody in.
What did you say that name was?
Stanton Droon.
Okay. I'll say that Natari is here, but she's like in the back, not talking, and clearly not happy to be there.
What's different? Or what's new, excuse me.
A little more than usual, considering the area.
So,
Gotta meet up our quota of brooding.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean it's like almost 11, you have to make sure you hit that quota before noon.
It's at least 70% of the.
He's dead, Jim.
And he's dead.
He's dead.
Womp womp.
I can't believe he died.
I can't believe he's dead.
Oh,
Anyone have a
heard you.
revive?
I might.
I don't
think I
know if I
packed
want to
one
use
today.
it on them, though.
I cast Greater Restoration on his camera. Hey, it worked!
Yeah, that was a good one.
Mhm.
Wow.
Oh no.
You guys
What
are
about that?
you're led into a pretty sizable office that's very well appointed. Surrounded by bookshelves. There is a small buffet which has crystal glassware on it. There are 2 back windows leading out, looking out over Imperial Square, both of which are open at this point, and you can hear the sound of people coming in. There's a ceiling fan turning in the ceiling with a belt running to just near the wall and up to a axle which leads up and out of sight, and as the thing turns it kind of makes a little bit of a squeaking noise.
And stares at it.
Yeah, it's probably a unusual thing for those of you who are not as familiar or tuned in with modern magic.
Is
In
it
the
magical
center-
or is it like attached to a wind vane on the top of the roof or something?
You can't really see as wherever the axle leads goes out of sight. Theoretically, it could go up to like a windmill or something like that, but it could also lead up to, say, a magically charged stone or even ironstone. In the very center of the large room, there's a pedestal desk, atop which there are stacks of forms, manila files filled with who the hell knows what, boxes filled with weird objects, money, weapons. There are 2 chairs facing it from your side and 1 from the other. That chair is not occupied at this time, as the man whose office this belongs to stands near one of the windows. He's a short man. Lighter skin, balding. You'd probably peg him around the age of 55. He's dressed pretty well, and as he turns, you can kind of see there are some not super valuable like gemstones built into like a network, or excuse me, a netlet. I'm having a stroke. A necklace. There are rings on his fingers, especially on the right one, with which he holds a tumbler filled with whiskey. He's got a pretty unpleasant look to him. He's got that resting, pissed off face that I think Vic has most likely perfected over the past 20 years. He's not fat, but he's definitely kind of a stockier dude. He also has a very thin mustache which runs across his upper lip, but otherwise is clean-shaven. He looks between everybody, kind of nods to Caroline, and she just says, "Sir," gives a salute, and then backs out and closes the door behind him. The magistrate then looks to all of you and says, "Welcome to our fair city."
Quite the welcoming
quite the
couple of
place.
days.
What?
And quite the welcoming couple of days.
And Sven said it's quite the place.
Well, judging by the pins that are stuck to most of your lapels, I'm going to assume that you already understand how to deal with certain situations like these, although perhaps not so politically charged.
What did happen to your pin anyway? I looked at Daxius.
Look at Daxie
I'm
in
not-
the room.
Yeah.
He's
I
turned.
stare off
Stare up
into
at
the
the corner.
Yeah, just looking at the place where Daxius normally stands.
I mean, it shouldn't be hard to figure out, and I flash my code over to Sven, and there are 2 pins.
Yeah.
No, I didn't
Couple
actually
ones.
say that if Daxius isn't there.
Oh, you said it, so you did
Okay,
it.
yeah, no, you're right, you're
Yeah,
right.
maybe you were thinking about it, and then you looked over and saw Gurgamesh has 2 pins.
I just asked it as a leading question.
So,
That still has no idea.
Axis, by the
yes.
way.
Currently, well, he can't really go near the square.
Is there
So,
a restraining order? There's a school there.
I guess if there's a library nearby, I don't really see a reason to keep an eye on them,
Yes,
so I
indeed.
might just go to the library briefly, just kill an hour there.
Palace Library is right across the street and is attached to a dining area that is run by the Dreaming Dragon. So,
Yeah, just chill there for a bit.
well, I assume you wouldn't have dragged us all the way here if, well, it wasn't something we needed to discuss.
a proposition, plainly put. And he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small file with a sticker on it with a symbol of a spider and says, "You know what this is?"
Answer there, too.
He leans forward and puts the file down on the desk edge, towards you guys, and says, "That is an empty file of Shiver. That is the symbol, I believe, that belongs not only to the drug dealers pushing it, but a cult that is operating in the city. known, aptly so, as the Brotherhood of the Spider. So, my proposition is rather simple. I will offer you 10,000 gold if you stop the delivery of the Shiver in Bridgefront. And I will offer another 10,000 gold if you can pin it on them. At this point, we have declared that every single Shiver death, and most likely a decent few others, to no longer be considered a natural death. It is homicide, and is considered to be murder. Anyone who pushes the drugs, anyone who traffics it, anyone who harbors it who isn't an addict, is considered to be a mass murderer. At this point, you would be authorized to do what you need within reason to bring a swift conclusion to the activities in that neighborhood. Does this sound intriguing?
It does.
These are amenable prices for our services.
I might ask, what you ask for is, of course, a disturbance of the order in the area, and a righteous one, and that is not any issue of mine.
We happen to
But,
be very good at that, actually.
I presume that the credit, for lack of a better word, would be taken by the by yourself in your office.
Considering that as Magistrate of Civil Order, I am functionally the head of all police activities within the borders of Lunabrook. General Zunker Greystone, head of the Lunar Guard, reports to me. The only person above me in power is the Prince himself, and the Mayor, when she's feeling up to it.
If I may, I have one other thing I would like to be added to the price. A simple thing. When we do this, if you could write a letter saying that we did it to the Valier Society, that way we at least get credit there.
Something tells me if you are able to accomplish this, you won't have any problems claiming credit. I, of course, can pass on a message to Master Tamak, and he can pass it on to whoever he feels is necessary to reward you internally.
Regardless, I get the impression that we have the same goals for the situation.
Right. I think we'll take the offer then, if no one is objecting.
Very good. Then I hereby deputize you as junior members of the Lunar Guard, until that duty is dispelled otherwise. You will have with you certain powers of the office, as well as a certain level of legal immunity.
I lean over and I say to Sven, should we tell him that we had our blood taken?
I don't think so.
And Vernix, what about you? What do you think?
He accidentally whispers the captain, asking them.
Accidentally.
You're leaning over the desk. Should we tell him that we're actually contracted with a criminal organization now?
He right-clicked on them instead of us.
Sven, it might be good for them to know this in case there's a conflict of interest. What if they're the ones perpetrating all the drugs?
I understand where you're coming from, but I think for now we should figure out whose side we're on.
Hell yeah.
I telepathically tell Etor to distract Girugamesh if it looks like he's starting to tell the guard captain about that. I'm like, do whatever you have
Well,
to.
thankfully, she's not in the office.
And he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, thankfully, she's in
Well,
the
the person we're
hallway.
talking to. Oh,
You're talking to
Staying
her
room.
boss's boss.
Oh,
Functionally, he is the commissioner. The commissioner of
So-
police.
Does he have a
So
bat
do-
symbol?
do we
I
get
don't
any
know.
badges to let everyone know we've been deputized?
No. So, at this point, we will be informing Magistrate Tann of his nephew's death. Shame, as that was a waste of a very expensive education on such a little bastard. However, that is neither here nor there. The first order of business should be finding out where he died and who gave him those drugs. Now, there is not exactly a dearth when it comes to shiver dens in Bridgefront. It'll be up to you to figure out where he died. And of course, hopefully use that as a springboard to then determine where the drugs are coming from.
I think we already had a few working ideas for something that particular front.
There is no necessarily any time limit to this, but understand that the more time goes by, the more bodies turn up. Speaking of bodies, there have been a decent amount that have turned up. I'm quite certain the good captain has told you of a few of them. Bodies washing up next to Breakwater Pier. People being found dead in the streets, parts of their bodies gnawed off. People with their throats slit in the night market. Hanged bodies in alleys. Perhaps some of those might help you narrow down where one or the other is operating. But my instinct is that both of them are within Bridgefront itself.
Are there written reports on these murders somewhere that we could gain access to?
If Captain Stauffer has any, that would be yes. Unfortunately, many of the deaths were considered to be suicide and were written off there. I'm sure she is also, knowing her, spent a decent amount of time complaining about the department and how they handled a lot of these deaths. Something that I unfortunately have no control over, and General Greystone probably about as much. When it comes to the Lunar Guard, changing culture is difficult. However, it probably would be worth, perhaps, bringing up a few of those deaths to the locals. We're unaffiliated. Thankfully, the incident, I'm told, happened at the edge of Bridgefront, so perhaps, if not a majority, then most of the people who were witness to this aren't the kind of people who are going to go back to their homes in that sordid neighborhood and talk. They might be a little more inclined to talk to you than any of us.
They seem plausible. Where will the victim's body be kept, by the way?
I will make sure that Frell Tann's body is preserved at Northlight Citadel in a secured room. Considering who his who his uncle is, I don't think I'm going to have any pushback on that. If for whatever reason you or anyone else needs to have access to it, it will remain there for now. Otherwise, it will be processed and will wait to receive a proper burial at the Grand Temple of Nocturne, as befits this family member of a noble.
I understand the need for discretion.
Yes. Personally, there has been no love lost from me, but I will not speak for blood relations. If there's anything else you need, I'll be here, and I'm sure Captain Stauffer would be more than happy to assist as well.
Thank you.
He just pulls like the tumbler to his mouth and sucks down like most of the whiskey that's inside in one shot before turning away to go to look outside the window again.
We will be sure to keep you informed, of course.
Just don't make this worse than it already is. Although I'm not sure that's
That too.
possible.
You haven't seen Garugamesh yet.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
Be swinging around the body till she comes.
And with that, you guys are allowed to leave however and whenever you want.
Hang out at this guy's office for a couple
Out
hours.
the window.
So,
Roll a
And-
D100.
that we might take a small break, use the bathroom, do a few other things. Maybe come back in about maybe 5-10 minutes at absolute max.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Then we'll see you after the break. Be right back. Alright, and we're back. So, you guys are able to leave City Hall, and after that, it's whatever you want to do. So, what do you do?
Phoenix, you said you had something to attend to in Bannerhome. Check on Oliver, I assume.
Yes. It hopefully shouldn't take too long, but I suppose we could ask at the chapter house about all this.
Probably wouldn't hurt. Let's see. I'll take the sending stone out of my pack and send a message. Cyrus, we're going to be stopping by the chapter house. Do you have a moment to talk about the situation happening down in Bridgefront?
Okay.
Just not put it back in the bag of holding, just like in a pocket somewhere.
Okay.
As we're headed up, just touch it every couple minutes. See if he responds.
Okay.
I guess then we'll be heading back to the chapter house.
All right. Is that everyone's doing that together?
I could.
Yeah.
I've got like jewelry business to attend to, but I don't know if you want to do that out of session.
I prefer to do it out of session. Yeah.
Really,
There
I'm
was-
just looking for a place to sell jewelry or put it up for auction. So just prepare for that.
I did notice something that we had discussed previously, but we never did. And I think it was just because we weren't in a place that we could feasibly do it. But I wanted to bring up the idea of skill books. So like there's these kinds of books where if you study them for a little bit, you get a bonus on your next check relating to it.
Yep.
So
I
like
think
Sven
Dax
has a
has
knowledge
used
of
them
nature.
before.
Yeah, we discussed having one for every skill and putting it in the Bardo.
Mhm.
That's something that we could maybe do at some point.
Sorry,
Now that
I
we're in
died
the
what
city
for
with
every
the-
skill?
Skill book.
Yeah. So it's a +2 if you study it, which for 50 gold is, it's something.
And this is a temporary bonus?
Yes.
It's pretty good.
So
I think
like
there's like
it takes 1d4 rounds to use it, and you get a +2 circumstance bonus on your next check.
Okay.
Yep, you'd be able to find that here. Might take you a little bit to kind of, get them all together, but considering the sheer volume of stores and markets and bazaars in this city, if one place doesn't have it, someplace else will.
I can chip in for that to get a one specifically for jewelry making. That'd be pretty cool.
That could be cool, yeah.
you want the knowledge planes or Arcana, I think was the other one that worked on this critter.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was
But-
thinking. Because Sven can't do too much here right now, but he can go and get the books for the party. And we can use those books to maybe help figure stuff out.
I'm for it, yeah.
Just thought of something. Perhaps we should make some sort of hand symbol or something that we could do while Daxius is out sneaking around, not directly next to us, just to get his attention in case we need to speak with him.
I actually heard of something similar. In the Far East, they do special magics by using a bunch of hand symbols together. We might be able to figure out how they
I
do it
knew
and
this-
use that to
I knew.
communicate with Daxius.
Yes.
I
believe
knew
it.
he was going to bring up gang signs.
That's not what that
Gang
was.
sign.
Oh,
Hey, the guy who sold me my car, we spent a decent amount of time bitching about modern Naruto.
Modern Naruto, it's in a sorry state. I will agree with that.
Yeah, I just
like,
don't
well-
watch Boruto.
One of the main artists on the Boruto manga is just straight up a pedophile, and then also the writing's bad, and also the
wow, we lost
anime
that
is bad.
sponsor now, too. Great.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
think they
now
were artists.
Crunchyroll, buy Crunchyroll.
Shit, all that's left for us is NordVPN.
No.
actually, I'd like to endorse ExpressVPN and not NordVPN.
Oh, no.
Anyways, yeah, you're able to split up to do whatever you need to do. As for the
You,
gang symbol, that's up to you.
as I noticed, some people are going back to Bannerhome. We're doing that now. I will just in just a general disguise, walk up to the group and just be like, "Hey, it's me." And I'll just
Hey,
have
it's
like,
me.
just for shorthand, I'll just have Natari whisper everything she heard into my ear, so I'm caught up.
Wait, who is this?
It's literally, it's
Yeah, but who?
whatever.
What's your name?
I ignore him.
Hey, do you want this pin I found?
Oh yeah, I still have no idea he has that.
I'm wearing it around.
Are you?
So-
I
Yeah,
think
I'm
they
wearing-
both
I'm
just
wearing-
came,
I'm wearing both of them.
Yeah, you notice it.
Yeah. Where are we? There we are.
Oh, I don't know if I can oppose that with. Can I oppose that with my own sleight of hand, or do I have to use perception?
You have to use perception. Unless you have
Yeah.
like
Guards
some
see him
like,
stealing?
class feature or gear that allows you to switch that.
Eat my ass, Daxius.
You little shit.
I slapped Daxius' hand away and go, You've not been with the party long enough to have earned your badge back.
Finders keepers.
You literally aren't even the person that gave me that. That's. I'll fucking get it back soon. You watch yourself.
I'm just gonna hear a silent roll in the Foundry chat, and it's gonna be sleight of hand from Daxius.
Yes.
Probably. All right.
But really, Vic, I'm kind of surprised that your mentor's pastime is wasting their time with an organization that is fucking laughingstock in this city. I don't know if you're aware.
If there were better options for a person of her disposition, I don't think that would have been a first choice.
Honestly,
Necessary.
she'd probably be better off making her own fucking business or just moving to a different city.
Is there a reason the society isn't an option for her?
Well,
Probably 'cause
I imagine
she's-
the society doesn't care that much about this particular situation. And plus, the local authority is already looking into it. So, unless they have some sort of monetary or reputational gain for doing so, and have enough members willing to dedicate their time, such as us, it's not really at the top of their to-do list.
Yeah, most people generally don't really give a shit what's happening in that general area of the city, so...
You
This is-
know who might be trafficking this stuff?
I have guesses, but it's been a while since I've been in the city, so I'm honestly at a loss. They said they was the Brotherhood of the Spider, yes?
I'm presuming that main name doesn't mean much to you. at least.
Does it? Yeah, I didn't think so. No, whoever these people are, they're either one of the main organizations going under a fake name, or they're new to town. And if they're new to town, I'm surprised they haven't gotten more opposition. Considering that usually the drug trade is handled by, let's see, I believe the Breakwaters deal in drugs. It's usually their territory. The Fortress Hill Gang also deals with drugs.
You said it yourself. Not many people care much about that area.
No.
I don't imagine that the monetary loss is particularly great.
Well, let's just say usually the currency that flows in and out of that area is not legally obtained and doesn't go back into the market. So they have little reason to give a shit.
I'm inclined to think it's a new member, a new player.
If
Hard to
it
guess.
was, they probably have some connections with either the Breakwaters or the Fortress Hill Gang, because if they didn't, there'd probably already be some feud between them already.
We
Unless
just got
they're
him.
very...
How do we know they don't?
well, It's just guesswork at this point. I likely do if they haven't caused a commotion yet.
Not all the bodies were as clean as the one we found earlier. Some of them were directly murdered, and some of them were suicides, quote unquote. And some of them were overdoses, that sort of thing. Could be casualties.
Whoever's dealing with this stuff very much wants it kept quiet, which obviously, but they're being much more cautious and a little overt in their methods of dumping the bodies.
Well, I mean, maybe that'll help us.
I think it will.
So,
I can at least go around the city, unless you guys don't need me. If you don't need me right now, I'm probably go around and just ask, get some information, just hear what's new in town, just get local information. It might take me a few hours.
I think we had a bit of business to finish up at Bannerhome. I'm sure if you'd like, we can meet you down by the bridge.
You don't need me in Bannerhome?
You're welcome to join us. I think Phoenix had some business to attend to, and wanted to see if we could get some information out of Cyrus and whoever else might be worth talking to.
Alright, well
We
then...
can certainly use you if you'd like to join us, but if you've got business to attend to.
Well, I can always leave Natari there. They also kind of know the area fairly well, so anything I can comment on, she can probably comment on too.
Do you?
So, yeah, I think I'll just to get it over with, split off and let you guys do what you do best, and do what I do best.
I'll try and meet by the Heartlands Bridge in, say, 3-4 hours.
Works for me. It's the perfect amount of time I need. See you then. And I'll split off into an alley and be off.
All right. So.
Yeah.
Those
I
of
guess
you
if
who
there's
remain- Okay.
I was just gonna say I'll go to Oliver if there's nothing else we need to do right now.
Yeah, so you guys end up getting back to Bannerhome. Nothing really has changed that much. Obviously, it's a little busier now. It's later in the day. So you're going into the infirmary wing to see to Oliver. As you get in there, actually Cyrus is already there. He's standing over like the man is like feverishly just kind of like twitching around. Mostly like just studying at his leg, which seems to have definitely visibly grown worse.
Wow.
Fernix, you're sure there's nothing you can do about that?
I'm going to see. And any other notable changes?
Not that we have noticed. He's relatively peaceful overnight. You just must say that Eret actually went downstairs to the facilities and get something to drink. Perhaps he might have more to say regarding what happened. But for now, his leg has just gotten worse and he is less cognizant.
Well, I suppose lacking any other notable option. Let me see if there's a curse that I can strip away. So yep, I guess just without too much ceremony, I move my hand closer to him, and there's this sort of like grayish field that envelops it. Does it make a caster level check? No. So I'll do that real quick. Hey,
Good.
we take those.
You watch as the black lattice work of like spider web, like tendrils that spread through his legs seem to retract a bit towards like the side of his calf, almost kind of focusing around like the back area a little bit, but it doesn't go away.
Yep, I
That
keep
is
pressing down with it. I'm like,
Fernix,
Oh,
use
that seems
all
to
your
be a change.
inspirations.
I already did. I'm
Use more
out of
them.
inspirations. And now I'm also out of remove curse. So, hope the solution wasn't to remove curses.
Oh no.
Give me a perception, Fernix.
You should do that. 22.
I'm actually gonna message this to you because I want you to deliver that.
That's always fun
Mm-hmm.
and not menacing.
Yeah, into over here, huh? My goodness.
In your character thing.
Okay, no worries. I look down at his leg with my eyes going wide. I think there's something in his leg. And I guess I'll try to move my hand closer to it.
You take out a knife.
Might need to.
Well, it doesn't react to it as you get closer to it.
Did say something about channeling positive energy. How about giving...
I wonder if my
Well, sure.
soothing mud could help. Like, if he's getting cursed and losing wisdom or intelligence or whatever, I wonder if my soothing mud could help regain some of it.
I think it's worth a shot.
Yeah, let's
Yep,
take
I'm
the-
just gonna try to cure light directly into the thingy. Whatever it is in there.
So it retracts a little bit more, and you can almost see it like a bit of a bulge. That's
Oh.
apparent to everyone. Like, you do that, and it's like... Cyrus steps away from the bed and just looks at somebody and says, "Somebody get at it now." And Fine Touch says, "Well, now!"
Vic will head out and look for him.
Fuck,
I'm-
I should have
I'm-
told him to get the bucket, too.
Should be able to make something work. I'd look around. Is there like a jug of water or anything?
I think you're probably able to find a bedpan.
Okay.
So that is, but
I look over at the bedpan with disdain and take out my whiskey stone. All right.
Your whiskey stone?
Yep. I'll wash this shit after this. Drop it in there and fill up the pan with water. Pull out the whiskey stone. I'm like, just set it down.
It's gonna need a little more than a prestidigitation.
I need to boil that.
I flavor his leg with
Well, it's clean.
prestidigitation. I'm helping, guys.
yeah, Pocket of Cat agrees.
I flavor
This-
Pocket Cat as well.
That's just what Sven sounds like when he's casting a spell.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
He's forgotten.
Call
how to speak
lightning.
common.
And Sven casts Call Lightning.
So, yep. I guess maybe focus on trying to not let the thing get any better than it was, and making sure that Oliver's comfortable.
He definitely reacts to it, like, obviously in a negative way. Like, kind of twisting and, like, pulling away a bit. Cyrus reaches out and grabs like his stocking foot to like keep it in the brace. He mumbles a little bit, but nothing's intelligible. So, Vic, you are able to find Terse rather easily. Obviously, he would be in his office. Finding Arid is a bit easy as well, considering you're able to stand on the mezzanine and look down into the common room. And you're able to see the little bird man, you know, sliding down off of a bar stool over at the counter, getting counter service. He is pretty ecstatic to see you, and yeah.
Alright, come on. We've got a situation. We'll talk later.
He guzzles some of the drink and then just puts down what's left and he follows after. Terse goes right to the infirmary. Those of you who are in the infirmary, you do hear him approach and then enter. So what's the situation now?
I'm hoping an improvement, but definitely a change. Them trying to hold him down. Yes.
Oh, there's a little one.
No.
Yes. Or she can come up here.
He has 3 fresh kittens.
6.
6.
Thankfully, this one's the only one who's climbed up so far.
So far.
Mm-hmm.
Watch, by the end of the session, it'll just look like a warlock of cats.
Who's that crazy cat lady now, huh?
Nice.
Terse is able to use his clockwork arm to like grab his foot, and that seems to have a better, like, he doesn't seem to struggle as much because Terse is able to just plant it. You're able to get up to the infirmary relatively quickly as well, and Eric rushes out ahead of you, as he is probably wont to do. Let's see what his spell. And rushes over to like the bedside and like touches the man's head and side to like make him still a little bit. He starts like channeling something and remains quiet as he casts something on him. Okay, who's the one that is going to be doing this? I can, that's fine, but should we wait for someone else? Doctor?
Sven? Sven has 4 ranks in healing. He's got a +9 total.
I'm willing to guidance anyone who wants to try. I've also got +9 because I have 1 rank in heal. I mainly just come in and I'm like, I absolve you of your sins and blast them with positive energy.
I also have a healer's kit.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Fall down.
It's not a masterwork healer's kit though.
Be careful.
Yeah, I've got 1 rank as well, so.
And
Easy baby.
Furnace, you're probably the one that has the highest skill rank in heal.
I also have veterinarian's tools, which give a +1 as well. It's a +3 to healing animals, but a +1 to other creatures.
Then I guess if I'm being elected, then why not?
No, I'll take a stab at it. No.
You're not even there. Okay. No.
I was going to say I got roll to assist. But...
it might be a good hit of 15 at least. Maybe not kill him.
Cool.
Barely.
Now you're at a 15, right?
Yeah.
See, it would have been the same either way.
With at least a 15, like, what are you using, by the way?
Do they have a scalpel or anything? Because not quite hardcore enough to go in with the rapier, which is my only cutting tool.
Well, you can see that
Because, again,
Cyrus
we're not-
has a bandolier of fucking daggers going across his body, so I think that would probably be the best
I-
backup.
Reach
Wow.
over and I'm like, you mind? And I just, without waiting for him to confirm, take one of the daggers and gonna try to carefully dig in there, but obviously, considering my role, it's probably eventually like, all right, just heal it up afterwards.
Yeah.
It's probably pretty messy.
You learn very quickly that the knife that you have in your hands is unbelievably sharp. You're probably already pretty aware that most likely it is magic of some kind, and not exactly a beginner's level kind either. So it goes right in way quicker than you think, and kind of goes in a little deeper, and Oliver just kind of pulls. He goes, ah! But obviously Terce's arm and Eric kind of soothing him keeps him still, and then you're able to just kind of...
That's it.
Horrible.
Try to yank it out of there or unseat it. I guess I probably have a sense of what it's doing when I've got the blade up against it. But we still don't know if it's like latched on or if it grew in there or...
You make an incision large enough, and then like you begin to see something black kind of wiggle out a bit. Give me a dexterity.
Yup.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Glad I made that new belt. I tell you what, a little too late to guidance myself on it.
Would I be able to assist with this one as well, since I'm assisting with the other one?
Sure.
Nah.
My dexterity's not that great either.
Well, thankfully Cyrus's is. And with those two together, you would have a bonus of +4, so that 12 becomes a 16.
Mm.
You're able to, with your bare hands, I am assuming,
Yeah,
grab
the magic
at it.
one.
It is like grabbing an eel, or like a leech.
And it's wiggling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is unpleasant to say the least.
Just terrible.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Mhm.
But
Finally,
yeah,
though, like blood is like, by the way, just coursing down his leg, especially as he's trying to like yank away, coating the bedspread blackened red. As this thing, like, you get a little more out, and it is fighting. It's like reeling in a fish.
Whoever else
Quick,
is in the room, just someone get a jug or some sort.
actually, just this. I just drop it into the bedpan. Make sure it doesn't get out of there.
You're able to finally yank it free, and it almost, you kind of hear like a creak kind of noise as it comes out, and a decent amount of blood follows afterwards as this thing slinks down into the bedpan.
Yeah.
So
I've got some spell slots left for some cure spells, so
Well, I can
I'll just.
channel positive on top of that too.
I've got one first left, but I've got all my second and thirds, so just however many you think.
all right.
It'll probably be needed because that's not the best.
Well, considering
I won't-
you know,
I won't cry
That's
about
not
it, but it's a pathetic roll for 46.
yeah, it is. Okay. With those two together, however, you're able to suture together most of the wound. It's still pretty messy. There is blood dribbling everywhere. Even now that the wound is closed, it's just fucking everywhere. You do see that Oliver has stopped struggling. In fact, like, you see most of his body kind of go limp as he fades into a pretty low unconsciousness.
Yeah. Let's make sure that he's okay still,
He's
just
alive.
in case. All right.
Yeah, Era touches his
Oh.
face and like feels it. And he's like, alive, he's alive, he's alive.
Oh, good. Let's hope that did it.
So, whoever is holding this pan, it is, for a little while at least, wriggling like hell. It looks like a pretty sizable leech, with like tendrils which run off of its body in every which way. But as time goes on, it begins to slow down. What are you doing with it?
Well, it might be worth, we've got some blood left over, perhaps collecting it, trying to keep it alive as long as possible.
Might be doable.
At worst,
I could,
take it down to the kitchen. I'm pretty sure they have blood from animals there.
I'll go see if I can go down and collect a small bucket.
Meanwhile, Terse will walk over and, using one of Cyrus's knives, cut open his own palm to like squeeze some of his blood into it. And Cyrus is just like, hey, everybody taking my goddamn knives today. The thing definitely does not seem like it's in the best of ways, but at least it doesn't seem to be shrinking as badly as it once was.
And I guess I'll just poke the chapter master with a cure light wounds real quick.
Okay. It obviously
Do you
closes
suppose-
up. Yeah.
Do you suppose blood from one of us is probably the closest?
Whatever you have is fucking disgusting. And, I'm pretty sure just naturally, you know is not good news.
Yeah. It seems pretty gross. Is this what happens when you get the mealwormy meat?
Okay, so... what the fuck? I might have to send away for a couple of opinions. Perhaps Von Abner over at the Grand Temple of Nocturne, or Aurelio if he'll come down off of his goddamn high horse up in the keep. Ah, fuck
Well,
it, I'll
I'm-
pull rank. I'll make Mercader come out. I don't care if he's probably one of the greatest wizards of our goddamn age.
We
Still no
had been
idea.
agreeing to look into another matter around town, and well, as far as strange things ending up inside of people, I can't help but feel that at least the two are related in that sense.
I don't know, man. He
Definitely horrible all around.
he turns to Cyrus and says, Go get Aurelia Mercado. If you have time, swing out to the temple and see if you can wrangle up Abner. She promised she was gonna come handle this problem, and now it's been a fucking week at least. Cyrus just kind of starts stepping that way and says, I will take care of it. It's fine. Yes. He
Well,
steps out, leaving the rest of you guys in the room. Terse's eyes linger over to Oliver. Aaron is like kind of sitting on the bed a bit, just sort of holding Oliver's head a little bit. The man is significantly calmer now. Like he actually seems to be in what like I would describe as a restful sleep. Well, that's one problem addressed. And another problem arisen. Great.
Right.
Man, that would be a great point to end on if we didn't have 2 more hours.
Yes. Well,
We can't
I'm
end on
still
a
glad that
success.
at least we could do something. Yes.
Well,
Vic, you're able to, by this point, you pass Cyrus going the other way, and he tells you, I'm going to get Area Makaro, and then we won't have the, I'll be back in a bit. Make sure it doesn't die.
doesn't really
Right.
respond, just trying to think if those names mean anything. Remembers he's heard the names before, and he's just not really paying attention. So he
Yeah.
just keeps walking.
I guess.
That sounds important.
I guess we were coming here. Were we concluded on bringing the rest of the society in on this, or?
Are you talking to Vic or Hurst?
Talking to everyone in the room.
Into
I mean-
what?
There's been some activity around town with these
So,
things possessing people.
most likely related to a drug problem down in Bridgefront, but
Oh, the shiver
Something-
guns.
yes.
They seem to think the Brotherhood of the Spider might be related, and wanted us as well, the people looking into it anyway.
Yes. I believe we were actually coming here to have a conversation with Cyrus and perhaps yourself to see if we could find any leads on that, but as you might have guessed, things got escalated.
A little bit. Something came out of another man's body. Generally not a great thing to witness. At least it's out and he's not dead. So, blessings counting them and all that.
Right. Which is more than can be said for that one nobleman's son. I'm sorry, I tend to hear related to a nobleman, and then part of my brain just decides it's not going to pay them any more mind.
Wait, what nobleman?
Can't recall his name, but he was the nephew of Carrington, the Magistrate of Commerce.
Oh, fuck.
Mhm.
Hopefully he spends a little time not hearing about it, because the last thing I want to hear is somebody raising fucking hell. Because I just know somebody's going to end up over here asking questions.
He didn't hear it from us.
I didn't hear
Out of
anything.
game was his
Funny
name
thing,
Stanton Droon?
Yeah,
No,
bastard. Why?
Stainton was the Civil Order Magistrate, the man who contracted
yes.
us in loose terms.
Yeah, he's the
It was-
biggest bastard among a bunch of fucking bastards.
Mm-hmm.
The government.
Yeah,
and all.
I believe
Notice-
part of our arrangement was to pin the blame for it on the Brotherhood of the Spider, meaning that they're not the only ones responsible and that he probably knows who. Slash is the one.
I don't know. I don't know much about the cults activity. I have heard of them. Surely people come here telling stories, and I'm the kind of guy who likes to collect stories, because stories generally mean a lot more than people want to give them credit for.
Oh, that's a fair assessment.
If I had to put
I
money
think
on
we-
anything, I'd probably figure that there's got to be somebody pretty powerfully magically inclined involved with this. Always is.
Does bring to mind that Otyug. Well, fortunately, Garugamesh wasn't with us at that point.
No.
Oh, he would have loved fighting the Odiug.
I just love fighting.
This thing was... Well, shitty was the start of the terms to describe it.
Naturally.
I'm sure we've all gotten strong enough to take it on our own now.
It's possible. But it is still a, what is it, a byproduct of magical experiment waste.
Maybe we could recreate one then.
Probably better not to do such a thing. Especially not in a city.
It might not be a terribly bad idea to go about things as though we were recreating these circumstances. I think that's a fairly good point. Whoever is doing this is obviously going about it in a way that produces, well, the similar enough results. So if we try to go about it that way, then we probably will be following some sort of path that's been figured out.
I'm not entirely sure that I follow, but
If they're doing this, and it's this widely related, it seems to follow that they're not the only ones involved. And so there's probably some sort of system that's been producing all of this that's going to be something that we might need to track down.
by this you mean the creation of the Shiva drug?
Yes.
As
Or
well.
whatever ends up making these bodies. I'm not completely convinced it's the drug, but if they appeared around the same time, it probably is.
Yes, if we can find a sample of it and perhaps if you're able to do a little digging on it, might be able to. I think the suggestion was posed by someone that if we can find a sample of the drug and isolate it into components of how it's made, whether magical or mundane, and find out where such components could be created or stored, then yes, would be a place to start. We'd need to get in to involve ourselves in the Bridgefront populace a bit more, which I think is the first step. Which is why I was trying to get into contact with some of the society. If anyone in the city be able to introduce us, I would imagine someone in the society might have the connections.
Introduce you to who exactly?
Well, someone who holds a modicum of power in Bridgefront, or
No such
someone
thing.
who knows enough about the area to give us some context.
That'll make it a little bit better. There isn't really any power in Bridgefront. I heard Joseph Bravasi set up there after the Breakwater sort of tore itself apart about maybe a year ago. But I don't think anybody's seen hide or hair of the man himself pretty much since. When it comes to knowing the area, well, sure shit ain't me. My best bet would probably be to seek out maybe Carrington. Woman, what do you call people that do the psychic stuff, but they do the dreams kind of thing, you know? Tell the future.
Oracle?
Usually.
Oracles?
Soothsayer, or
Something like that. If she doesn't know what's going on or anything, I don't think anybody does. But if you want to get your hands on a sample of it, fuck man, I don't know. Track down a den and see if you can get anything that's there, and if there isn't any there, see if you can track down a dealer.
Mhm.
There's the other two. There were 5 of you, weren't there?
right. They're handling some other business at the moment.
Right. Speaking of which, Nexius, you said you were going to gather information, correct?
Yeah.
Give me a
That's
knowledge
good.
local.
I'm actually going to use my once a day knowledge, my lore master feat, and take 20 on that.
All right.
Nice.
You within about 2 hours, so it'll be about noon by the time you get done with this. You're able to get enough people to kind of talk so that you think you can probably narrow down the likelihood where Frell Tann died to one of two places. The Soiled Sow, which is near Ledbetter's Apothecary, and Rook's Roost, which is near the center of town.
Sorry, what was the first one?
The Soiled Sow.
Soiled salve?
Sow, a
Okay.
female pig.
Ah. Okay. You learn something new every day.
And with that natural 20 functionally, you're able to sort of get a walk by, because I figure you're not going to try and, like, go in and gather information on your own, correct?
Well, I have a bunch of disguises. I have the Oath of Anonymity. I have the Hat of Disguise.
Mhm.
I have the Dust of Illusion. So, because I kind of feel like I kind of have to get a little hands-on with this, I feel like, if I want to get anywhere. So, I'm just going to take all the precautions and just go as a completely, just try to blend in as much as possible with the area.
Okay. So which one are you trying to... So both of them do, by the way, have a pigsty behind them.
Ah, of course it does.
Which do you look into first?
Are they... So, you said these places were... where again? Because there's so many places in the city.
The Sow is nearer to Ledbetter's Apothecary. Meanwhile, Rook's Roost is near the, where Scuttling Way meets, was that Natick Street? Natick Street, yeah. So, about here.
Okay. I guess I'll go there and work my way out.
You're going to Rook's first.
Sure, yeah.
So, you, leave off of Hook Street, and you go nearer to, Rook's Roost. You do see that the place is somewhat better maintained. You do also notice that the doors are guarded. Most of the dens that you have passed, like, gone by, they're not guarded. There's no way. And these guys look like they mean business. The average person is not going to muscle their way in. So, what do you want to do?
Okay. Well, first, I guess I'll just circle the area, get a good, like, view of the entire area, back entrances, windows, stuff like that, like, blind spots.
Decent amount of windows, most of which are boarded up or otherwise sealed. There is one back door. Is guarded as well, but only one person. And on the one side of the building is the pigsty. As you're going around that side, give me a perception.
Watch me fuck this up. Not bad.
You notice a piece of red sticking out of the mud.
Okay. I am going to just cast invisibility on myself. And I'm going to try and, like, I mean, I'm invisible. I can just pretty much walk up to it.
You're able to
So-
jump the fence and move your way past probably about 8 sows that are rooting around in the mud and pick up a nice big portion of red silk.
Hmm. Does this match the?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it's
So-
the same color and it's the same material. I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Okay. So I've essentially found the place. Okay. I think that's pretty much. I don't even think I need to check out the soiled sow.
Probably.
I
not.
think. No, I'll just head back at this point.
Okay.
Actually, since I'm in the area, I'm just gonna stop by a place I used to hide out and just pick up something like that's like like an old knickknack that's there,
Okay.
like an old memento from old times, and then I'll head back. Nothing important.
Okay.
Like a lightsaber.
You swing
That's a
past.
reference.
You can definitely tell that maybe some other people have been in and out, but well, you know,
That's not surprising. Yeah, I assumed.
it's same kind of joint. It's not great. Most likely the people that were here since then were in no better a situation as you were at the time.
Yeah, I for a description, I essentially I climb up some buildings, I go up into like this walkway, jump off from one building and get to this like abandoned attic in the middle of like a seemingly abandoned house, but more or less probably isn't. Really cramped, barely enough for like 4 people if you're lucky, and I just pick up like a chess piece that's there from like a scattered chessboard. Most of the pieces are already gone anyway,
Yeah.
and I leave.
All right. So, you're able to work your way back. Meanwhile, in Banner Home, with the creature now fed, or at least stabilized for now, with something to exist in, it seems to have at least calmed down or stabilized. What are you guys doing in the meanwhile?
Actually, I guess I'll be checking it over to see if it's exuding any kind of magic aura.
Yeah, a little bit. Using
Ooh.
Detect Magic, which I think for you is a cantrip,
Yes.
you're able to detect that there is like a low-level magic coming from it. It's very, very faint.
Boing. All right. I guess before that, I'll slap a guidance on myself and see if I can get that. I think it's a do spellcraft.
Yeah.
Oh no. Knowledge Arcana. That's it. I was like, I knew I was like, that seems like something that I've said a few times and it's not exactly right, but close enough.
Okay. Yeah, it's like I said, it's faint. You're getting a School of Necromancy. I think that's about it. That's all you get. Yeah. I mean, from it itself, you obviously sense other things that are in the room with you. It's not.
A necromantic aura, so it's quite probable that it does feed off of some sort of vital essence.
But
I guess
it's
it,
feeding off of him.
Mhm. And it being dependent on blood means it might be even possibly like a spell effect.
Great. That is great.
Well, it is at least out of him and in a state where it can be sustained.
Oh no,
I wish
Dash
I
has
knew-
gone to yellow.
Yep.
And it was all yellow.
Okay.
So I
Hopefully,
guess. Do I get a how big the aura is?
It's not large.
Okay. It got faint for third or lower, and then moderate for fourth through sixth for the spell level.
Mhm. Whatever it is, it's not very big, not very powerful.
So,
But it is consistent.
a little bit. I guess let's see. We don't know where he came from to get this in him. Actually, where did you say that he was brought in from?
To the northwest, Eric brought him in. He just gestured towards the bird, who's just been sitting there, like holding Oliver's head and shoulders, and he looks up and says, "Yeah, I had to pay off a peasant man to take his horses and carriage and bring him in. Maybe a couple hours on the road. I could probably lead us back there, but I think the man and the lady that's here went and they got the already."
And I don't know actually. What was it?
The metal dragon, the
Oh,
flying
yes.
machine.
Yeah.
Well, do you happen to know of anything that occurred around the time that he became like this?
We were attacked.
Something
By-
appeared inside of the machine with them, out of nowhere, and attacked them, causing it to crash.
Right.
No, we did set down on our own in a field, and we were covering her up, and we had set like a camp for a little while, and we weren't going to stay very long, but he said he couldn't stay in the air for too long, and he didn't want to come down in a place that it wouldn't be possible to get back up again. And well, we just gotten finished setting up our camp, and we were talking about some things, and oh no, they just came out of nowhere. Two kind of mutt-looking things, and then a guy that kind of looks like a man, but if a man had a squid for a face and body.
Oh.
They babbled at us about something, and then they were on top of us. Oliver emptied his revolver a couple times, killed the two dogs. Or I think so? I don't know, but they left, and then after the upright creature didn't go down easy, I kind of risked hitting him with fireball, which was real dumb and real bad, but I figured if we were dead, I don't want to go out that way. And it must have bum rushed us. I guess it knew it was not gonna live, and I think it bit him. And I used some lightning and finished it off. Oliver was okay for a while, and then just started getting really sick. And then within a day, he couldn't even speak to me anymore. He had no idea where he was, and I knew I had to get him in here, or else he was gonna die.
Well, it does seem like the correct course of action, all things considered, especially. We were, the dog-like things, they'd come at us, but fortunately, if there had been any further repercussions, I suspect we would have already had to deal with that in Sven's case on the trip here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the upright, like the humanoid looking thing, wasn't like, yeah, it was monstrous, but it wasn't like, it was dressed, is what I mean, that it had clothes on. And, I think it was armed with other weapons, but it seemed to favor using magic. And when that didn't work, I guess, I don't know. When it died, it just sort of floated, turned to mush. Yeah.
Well, that is a lot like those creatures. At least the one that we were able to slay. I'm glad that things have turned out as they have, but we sensed that something was going on where the creatures were after something that Oliver had brought with him through, you know.
I don't know. They seemed pretty focused on us, and not necessarily just him. I think as soon as we offered resistance, they just went for it. I think they wanted us dead.
Well, you're likely safe here in the chapter house, at least.
Something tells me we're not going to stay here much longer.
No. But there should be more that we can do. I know at least I would be willing to vouch for you or try to find something that would be somewhat more secure.
You hear Terz kind of clear his throat and say, I think what he means to say is that the archive is going to take them. I wouldn't be shocked.
For what purpose?
At this point, I would assume to protect them. What the archive does isn't necessarily evil. They work on a sort of different set of morality. Their aim is to protect both the outside world and, generally speaking, sometimes the people or objects that they have to take with them. I don't know if Summer is going to be made aware, or that's at least the name that she gave me. I don't think it's her actual name. I wouldn't be shocked that now that he is stable to travel, that they might want to take him with them.
I see. Then I suppose I'll have to have a word with her.
Good luck. Though,
Thank you.
then again, I've sat on some dangerous fucking shit too, and you never really tell what they want or who they want to take. I mean, he just kind of gestures towards his eye that, like, looks to you and then, like, seems to swing around and as if to look to somewhere else, but you don't see the pupil anymore. Apparently that's okay. Or, you know, the shit that we brought back from Caraman, apparently that's okay. The flying machine, apparently that's problematic. I don't know. I don't get it.
I suppose I would be interested to dig more into that, too.
Want to know some more about the expedition? Look for the banner we brought back. 15th Pelgrim Light Horse. There'll be some names on there you want to talk to. 3 of us, I think, are in the city at this point. 4th, I think he ended up going back into the woods. Tybosh Ironstone might have went back to Degtaroom. Hello?
Yeah.
Everybody got real quiet.
Yep. I guess we ponder this.
Mm-hmm.
Natari mimics the sound of crickets. It's not a very good mimic.
Well, I know first things first, but obviously time is a sensitive thing.
Yeah. Daxius, this is about the time that you finally reach Banner home again.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just. I'll go inside.
Okay. Like I said to the others, it's definitely more busy now than it was earlier today. People are being served. You can see the Minotaur working behind the bar is serving people and talking with people here and there, pointing things out. There are people wandering back and forth, things being tacked up onto the notice board. Some people are starting to, like, take care of the trophies. I mean, fucking probably hundreds of them around the room are just being maintained or cleaned.
I guess since I'm down here, I'm just gonna take a quick scan at the notice board and see if there's anything that catches my eye. Like, just briefly, like, and yeah. And when I'm done that, I'll head upstairs.
Let's go deal with this rat problem, guys. Sounds pretty good. They're offering like
There's this
10
place
gold
called
for it.
Rodent Home, and apparently there's like 2 gangs of rats killing each other.
Yeah, if it's shit like that, I don't care. But it's like the off chance that like, maybe there's some like wife that lost their child and husband to some drug problem or something, and they're asking for help and don't know who to turn to. Like, just shit like that.
No, there's none really that comes up like that. Most of the stuff that's posted here is often enough guard work or low-level mercenary work, or things that you'd be like, yeah, I'd do that. Not for 50 gold, though.
Fair. Then yeah, I'll just head upstairs then.
Okay. Yep, if you're able to figure out pretty quickly, most likely, where they are.
Yeah.
So you're getting in just as Terse and the others are finishing that conversation about what's going to happen to all of them. You might hear like the last sentence or two, which is maybe we need to go over that with some people. Well, I guess there was the expedition. So you might walk in on that, questions asked about that, but you don't know what that is.
I'll approach, but I'll hang like 10 feet back and just wait for them to finish up. Just watching the situation.
Well, there's 1 out of 2 of them.
Howdy, Natari sees me. Oh, thank God, I can fuck off now, and she goes to the bar.
Right.
Are you sure it's the best idea for her to just be following us around?
Say again?
Seems like. Are you sure it's the best idea for her to be accompanying us? I'm not sure she's up to the task, mentally and/or emotionally.
I've conversed with her about it, and she's pretty much the only person in, more or less in my posse, that has been able to keep their identity not on the bad side of a lot of the organizations, so she won't be targeted. She's not there to have a good time. She's just there to relay information to me. And we've conversed about it. She has her anger problems, and she has a tendency to be a bit of a bitch, but she's competent, she's capable, and I trust her with my life. And she will be useful to you in this city.
I don't doubt that she's useful. Just doesn't seem to be particularly keen on being here.
No, she's not, and to be honest, I'm not either. We ran away from this place for a fucking reason.
Well, we're here now. So, in any case, not particularly important. Just something to keep in mind, I suppose.
Yeah, I made no claims that she's happy doing any of this. She's not. Trust me.
No, but a quick rundown of what you missed. Apparently the illness that Oliver was facing was due to a magical leech of some sort. It's in the pan over there. That was removed somewhat violently, but he survived the procedure.
Fucking disgusting.
Cyrus is going to be retrieving a few more knowledgeable fellows from around the town to take a closer look at it.
All right. Well, at least he's not gonna have to lose his leg. I don't think.
Probably not.
Positive.
Yes.
No offense, Phoenix.
Well, I suppose it is preferable.
Well, I do. When we're done here, I think I have our next stop in mind.
Perfect.
I guess I'll ask Terse, was there something that you needed Sven for here as well, or I can probably have Etor locate him if needed?
I don't think so at this point.
All right.
If something else is needed for us directly, I might go see if that Carrington fellow is around.
I did have some business here, but I'll be able to catch up quickly.
Okay. So, who's going where? I figure by the time that they're leaving, Barry, your character would have compiled most of what you were looking for.
Sure. I'm not... I really should have been spending that time looking up how much it would cost in total. So I'll get back...
For
I'll get
what
back.
was it?
So you can get it for just about every skill.
Oh, so
So-
for every, knowledge and then all our crafts.
Yeah, I think within a reason. So I'll put that together. I need to be right back. So you can be without me for a little longer. That's all right.
All right. Stay safe. Barry has to take his dog out, but he doesn't want to say it.
Yeah, probably.
Well, when we've got the room to ourselves, I assume I'll just hand Vic the piece of cloth that I found.
Vic reaches to take it and realizes that his hands are still covered in the blood of 3 different creatures. Probably goes to find somewhere to wash that off real quick.
I found this in Bridgefront, and pretty deep into it, at a place called the Rook's Roost. It has a pig pen in the back, so and a lot of guards. So it's definitely a hideout for someone. I don't know who though.
They did say that they looked like he'd been eaten, so...
Yep, which, honestly, he had to come back to life really quickly, because those fucking things can eat through people really fast. Especially if they leave them hungry.
Interesting.
Well, it seems that he might have been dead for at least a bit. For the creature took over. The damage to his body was indicative of decently post-mortem. A lack
Ben
of,
bursts in with
blood.
a tower of books.
Yeah.
Like,
Good enough entrance?
we're talking about mutilated corpses and bloody leeches, and Sven's like, guys, I got the new Harry Potter series.
Yeah.
Fucking nerds.
No, Sven comes in carrying a pile of books. It's probably like 12 books or so.
Welcome to the party.
Not late, am I?
Just in time, I think.
Yes, if you hadn't heard yet, we managed to take care of Oliver's affliction and made some progress in that regard.
Oh,
The leech was in his leg. It's over there in the pen. There's some people around here we need to talk to.
Furrows his eyebrow.
Cyrus is collecting some people for investigation. It feeds on blood, so that's why it's in a big bottle.
Yeah. Quite gross.
Yes, and
Amen.
Dexius was saying that he found some indication that the corpse was stored in a pig pen down in the southeastern part of Bridgefront.
I'll hand you, Sven, the scrap of cloth. Not stored, but probably left to get digested. But yes.
Can I, through smell, identify it as being his for sure?
Smells like pig shit and pig shit.
But does it smell like him?
It smells like pig shit.
I guess the better question is, did he smell like pig shit?
Yes. Yes, he did.
It smelled like big shit. I do remember that.
There's
I
a
think
connection.
You can put one and the other together pretty easily.
Is it that same, like, red silk material that was on his shirt, or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Now, do we want to act on this information right away, or should I scope the place out and try and figure out who exactly we're dealing with first, or...
Well... Perhaps it's best to, take a few minutes and catch our breaths. It's still rather early in the day, and we've had quite a bit going on.
Right. I don't think I've actually eaten anything,
I'm
although I
just
can't
not-
seem to remember.
If I'm being honest, I'd feel better just keeping my hands busy. It just... I don't know, man.
Well, if
I
you'd,
find it hard to relax.
Like a busy work task, if you want to scope out and look around the Banner Home building to see if there's a woman by the name of Carrington, some kind of oracle or witch or something.
Okay, that name doesn't ring a bell. Does it?
Yes, it does. Carrington is what you were told, an Oneiromancer. Someone who tells the future or speaks through dreams. She works
Oh.
in Bridgefront.
I'm actually familiar with this woman. We wouldn't find her around Bannerhome. You'd find her in Bridgefront.
Oh, yeah, I see Madam Carrington's on the map.
Yep.
I spelled with K instead of a C, which is why I didn't notice it. He was literally like right in the center of my screen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, what do we need this woman for?
Kuz mentioned that she'd be knowledgeable about the situation down in Bridgefront, and I don't know that he said she was directly related to the society, but
But she's an ally.
if it's a name known and recommended, might be a good place to start.
I've never had an experience with her. She always kind of seemed a little bit like a kook to me, to be honest. But, are you sure she can be trusted? Like, you're certain she's an ally? If I was to disclose information with her, she wouldn't.
If it was a problem, then you could blame Turs, because he was the one who gave me the name.
Well, that's exactly what I'll do. Guess I'll go talk with this old crow.
Let's see if... Actually, out of character, I don't think we discussed it, because we were kind of jumping around a bit. I assume we basically just talked to Melia and said we'll just meet up with her back at either the Library of Thought or the Temple whenever we head back in that direction.
When you guys entered here in Bannerham, she went to the bar.
Oh, she's actually at Bannerhome?
Mhm.
I didn't know if she had come with us or went back to...
Yeah, she was there. She stayed in the hallway speaking with the captain when you guys were at City Hall. The captain ended up departing, because she has a job. And Melia came with you guys here because, well, it's a bar, restaurant, and it's the chapter house, so. So.
Well, perhaps we can take a few minutes to breathe and then head back down once we get the opportunity.
I wouldn't mind
Sounds good.
proper introduction to your mentor.
Yes, you were outside. She should still be downstairs, I assume.
Yes. Considering who she works for, though, gonna have to go with Inara as my name around her. Unfortunately.
Works with.
Oh. Well,
No,
either
she's.
way.
I'll tell you one thing: she's definitely not in that business.
She wouldn't rat me out.
No.
All right.
I very much doubt it.
All right. Guess we'll go down and see her.
You find her basically exactly as I said, sitting at the bar, speaking with a couple of people. Primarily the bartender who kind of comes up and down, serving people, answering questions, directing people. Otherwise, it's like just pretty quiet, keeping to herself. She's pretty heavily armed, pretty heavily armored. And as I described before, she's definitely on the older side. She's human, and she definitely shows her age. Hair pulled back into a very tight ponytail. Has a very serious demeanor at some times, and then the other times, whatever that demeanor was, vanishes. And then now it's like the most personable, charismatic person you've ever met. And can tell bullshit stories with the best of them. Definitely has that kind of aura to her.
Just walk up. Melia, this is Daxius or Inara, whichever he prefers at the moment. He's the last of the ones that I've been working with for a few months.
I'll
Oh, you're
be
bringing
polite
more
and,
in, huh?
extend a hand to shake. My name is. I go by Daxius, but if you could refer to me as Inara, it would be better for, well, the group.
I'll try to remember, and she takes your hand. She has a pretty fucking good grip on her, despite seeming like a little old lady.
Wow.
They ever expect it?
Fuck, you almost ripped my hand off. You're definitely Vic's mentor.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. Well, I guess
It's
I'll take it
neither.
that way.
Reminds me of the time that you accidentally pulled the man across the table at the bar. He also wasn't expecting it and had a face full of gruel for his reward.
I like her
Yeah.
already.
I love Devron.
Let's not talk about that. In any case, well, we got another name to take a look at. The master of the Bannerhome mentioned that Madame Carrington might be knowledgeable member of the area. Mentioned he had something to do with dreams. So perhaps something we can investigate.
Yeah, never went around myself, but one of the locals gave the name. Hopefully it works out.
We'll see. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. I heard mixed things in my time here, but I never went and visited her myself.
Well, that's sort of the way when it comes to diviners. Sometimes they're really good, usually they're frauds.
Usually. It's kind of what I assumed she was.
Yeah, that's half a Bridgefront. You got
Yep.
about 2/3 of them who are just trying to make money off of people who already have very little left in their lives, and a third who are trying to make up for the other 2/3.
Well, I guess we'll see if she's legit or just like everyone else.
Hope it works out. Don't let Sally Scrabblebones get you.
I'll make note of that. If you have no more need of me, Vic, I believe I shall take my leave.
Cool. We'll be headed down that direction in a bit. Suppose we'll meet you there.
All right. And, shall I wait outside for you, or?
It's up to you. Well, I don't know how much longer we'll be, but if you'd like to wait outside, that should work. But
I'll wait outside, and I'll step out for now.
Also, you should probably collect your pin from Grievous at some point.
Fucker, of course he has it.
Of course.
Fucker, I keep forgetting he has that fucking thing. I'll get it soon. And I'll just... I'll make my way out. Is Grukamesh still inside?
I figured I was outside with.
Oh, if you're outside, then I'll just try and sneak up behind you.
I'm not even gonna do anything. I'm just gonna let you take it. It's time for you to have it back.
Okay.
It was a good bit.
Put that back. Step up beside you. Good job,
Yeah.
by the way. Well, you're rather quiet.
Oh, were you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, keeping the pen away from you. It wasn't anything.
More getting the pin from me in the first place. You're getting a lot better.
I knew where to put my skill points.
Yes, your skill points. Well, the practice has definitely paid off. Actually, if you're not doing anything, I might use your help down in Bridgefront. As long as you're on your best behavior.
I can be calm. Phoenix has been giving me these new injections that are supposed to help control my behavior.
Oh.
They're called Ambien.
Yeah, I found these funny blue pills in Frederick's back pocket. So I've been taking them regularly.
Dug out some undescribed substance. Better inject this into him.
Yeah.
Grievous somehow has Quaaludes.
Gurgamesh has just turned into Fernix's little
shit,
guinea
my
pig.
headphone just died.
Oh no.
Pro
Well,
tip, everyone: the Corsair wireless headphones fucking suck because they can't last a single charge for a D&D session. So
Womp womp.
There goes our third sponsorship.
You fucking Corsair. Why are you like this?
Yeah. Funnily enough, as soon as we switched back to Spectrum, stopped going out every
Alright.
2 minutes.
Wow.
Crazy how that works.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like magic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just idly chat with Gurgamesh for a bit while Vic's doing his thing.
What needs to be done here at Bannerham still?
I mean, I don't think there was that much.
I was going to use our spare time to see if I could pull Terse aside and try to get a one-on-one.
Yeah, it's definitely not difficult to find. He stays with the infirmary a little bit. They're waiting. He's waiting for someone to come back. Arid is still there, but he does not give a shit that anyone else is in that room. Now that he has Oliver, he does not care. So you're able to find her standing, just kind of looking into that, watching that thing just kind of move around in the pool of blood in that bedpan, just like blank-faced.
Oliver's still stable in there?
Yep. He's, if not, I'm pretty sure I'd hear it from the bird.
Oh, good. Because I honestly had no idea what to do, and that spell working was something that I didn't even anticipate happening today, so at least it seems as though it's dealt with.
His affliction is done with. Whether or not this is a running concern, however. And his face kind of turns towards you like the bad eye leading and says, well, that's yet to be seen.
Right. We'll try to keep you in the loop as well, in case our paths converge again here. If it's an extraplanar threat, and what we're looking into seems to not be connected to anything, I suspect that there could be something. And that's enough to already give me a bit of a headache.
Always something.
Speaking of headaches, by the way, did happen to notice the impressive work on your arm there.
Yeah. That heart does very good work.
Was something I'd been thinking to look in on myself. Although I just sort of move my arm up and just sort of make it appear and disappear as I'm moving it. Have managed an alternative solution.
Well, her clockwork shops in Ball Loom. I think a limb like mine, about 5,000 gold. Definitely not something the average person is going to afford, but for people that work here, it's a little more within reach.
Right. Well, it's not something I've kept exclusive to myself. I don't have a scroll or anything of it handy, but if you'd like, I could extend the ability to you for the rest of the day.
Well, I don't have anything else going on today, so let's see if it works. Give me a second. And he has to stand over. He pulls down his shirt. You can see where the thing is strapped on across his body, and it is a decent amount of work to get the bindings off of his body. And as soon as they get loose, the arm just goes limp, and he lets it drop down, and you can see the injury, which is obviously cut off his arm at the shoulder. A pretty broad scar that goes down his side, into his chest and then back out.
Yep. It does kind of draw my gaze for a second, but I look off to one side and I'm like, well, it does at least generate a softer version of force, so hopefully it shouldn't interfere with anything, but better safe than sorry. And yep, I'll pop out the extension rod and give him a 16-hour version of Astral Limb.
Okay.
And it does draw upon one's own imaging of the spiritual self, so
Yeah, the arm that appears looks like the other, like the living one. Pretty thick, clawed, very visible, like pads on his fingers and palm. And for a moment there, it seems like his body is pretty balanced. You can still see the rather gruesome scar that goes down his chest and side, like where the skin healed up, but the fur didn't grow back. But at least what it leads up to goes out into at least what seems like an actual arm. He lifts the arm up and rolls the fingers, and he's like, can't feel it nearly as much, but I can feel more through this than I could through that. And he just thumbs towards the clockwork one.
Well, good. I'd really only tested it on myself, so... Not to make you feel like I was getting you in on more than you might have bargained for, but yes. I do admit there haven't been a lot of occasions to.
Yeah. Well, it's been a real fucking long time since I lost my arm. Not nearly as long since I lost my leg. Neither were pleasant.
I bet not. Certainly wasn't easy with dealing with my injury, so...
Well, at least, hopefully you lost yours in a way that wasn't nearly as gruesome. I lost mine fighting a retreat away from the city of Caraman as the expedition turned tail and ran.
Oh. It does sound horrible.
Yeah, well, what grisly details, that's gonna be a longer story. For now, I should probably... He kind of like glances up to Oliver and he's like, he'll be fine for now. I'm gonna move this to my office, see if I can find Summer. See what she has to say about this. Also, who the fuck is Cyrus? I thought he'd be back by now.
Oh, your guess is as good as mine. I've got some business to attend to on that front as well, but hell, want to talk about anything when we have some actual free time? I'm more than willing. In fact, I'll supply the liquor.
Sure. Don't get killed between here and there, kid.
Try not to. And I was like, yeah, I'll just go and kind of raise my hand to him, but be like, well, I suppose keep us informed, and we'll do the same for you.
Sure, can do.
Yep.
What else
Head
have
on.
you done here?
Oh yeah. As I'm going down the stairs, probably I'm just like, oh right, food. I just go to the bar. I order the first thing that I look at, and I like shovel it in my mouth. Probably eat within a couple of minutes, like a whole plate of food.
Those of you who are standing outside, you do finally see Cyrus return alone. I'm not sure if you guys are just lingering there or if you've gone.
I'm lingering there in my normal disguises.
He definitely doesn't seem to be in the best of moods, but, you know, cigarette, hands in his pockets, just kind of moving.
I don't stop him.
He gets near the door and then, like, takes a cigarette, tosses it into the street, and goes inside. Those of you who are inside, you see him go past, but he doesn't stop. Instead, going up the stairs, probably towards the infirmary. Vic, did you have something you had to do here?
I don't think so. Just the conversation with Turs and Cyrus were kind of the goal. But we got a jumping off point now for looking around, so
Okay.
that was it. Went to follow him up just to get a sense of the situation, but if there's nothing particularly pressing that needs to be done on our end, then we'll just drop it.
It's up to you guys.
Well, I just want to see, like, what happened. Like, obviously he came back, but without anybody, so...
Yeah, you do notice that he came back alone, so it's something you could probably talk to him about later. An hour later, either it doesn't really matter. It's up to you.
I don't know. If anybody else is going up to talk to him, then...
Sure.
Can I ask?
I can float about there as well. Although obviously, in the intervening minutes after throwing a whole breakfast into an empty stomach is probably just like staring at the wall like, oh god.
Black spots in your vision when you try to stand up.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so I guess we just pop in and see what the deal is.
You guys follow up afterwards, and Cyrus goes in to the infirmary, obviously. Cyrus is still trying to figure out how to carry this thing without spilling it, and you're following a little after him, and you hear, well, the fuck up into your room. Oh, one of the kids cast a spell. Apparently something they came up with. Oh, well, it's a lot more natural than that one. Yeah, well, hopefully this one's a little cheaper than that one, too. Even though Tira cut me a rate, because it was a prototype. Yes, well. I figure that's about the point that you guys get to the door. Oh, good, we are here. Yvonne said she was too busy, that she would try to pop by later. Aurelio, he just smiled. Which is powerful wizards speak for fuck off. Or maybe not. With Aurelio Macato, now the master of the Medianan Keep, who knows what he means. He might show up later, tomorrow, some other day. Who knows? Either way, they weren't very interested in anything. Or at least they didn't consider it important enough to set aside time in their day. First just puts the pan down, like no longer trying to like balance it, and just yeah, it about figures.
Lovely.
Well, Abner has that whole, gigantic fucking cathedral and burial ground to run. And Aurelio Mercator, well, he's the hottest shit since hottest shit. Whoever's the master of the Medianan Keep gets to be master of their own domain. It was a long shot.
Well, worth a try anyway.
I figure both of them will show up. Yvonne, at least, her excuse I actually believe. Aurelio, I think he was just trying to... You ever deal with one of those asshole, businessmen or nobles who thinks it's fun to, tell you a time and then make you sit in their waiting room for an hour and a half? As a power move. I think that's what he's doing.
Seems like that might be entirely possible.
Rumors are true, the man's 90. He's a little old to be acting like a child.
Nobles are never too old to act like a child.
When did you get here?
Oh, I'm Natari, actually. What are you talking about?
Hey, it's me, Natari.
The smoke bomb.
Yes.
Sha-sha-sha!
Naruto Shadow Clone. Well, I suppose there's not much we can do about it right now anyway.
No. Get done whatever you can. Don't worry about this. We'll take care of it.
Alright, well. suppose we've got some business of our own to take care of.
All right.
Nah. Yes. Yes, we do.
Guess you maybe get a glass of water first, Phoenix.
Oh, planning on it. Just, really should have given myself more than a couple of heartbeats to down that steak.
Like he ate a whole steak in like 3 bites.
Hmm. Just cut it into 3 strips. Hump, hump, hump.
I think Ferdix might have a bigger mouth than us.
He does.
He's Dragonborn, so
He's like a crocodile.
Can you do that thing where you unhinge your jaw like an anaconda?
No.
Yes, but only once.
Like an anaconda is probably where you could have figured out that there would be a difference.
What do you mean?
What? I see. Well played.
I mean, you've got scales like an anaconda.
Don't know if that's entirely accurate,
Very
but
much.
I'm not a...
If someone told you that they didn't know the difference between a mountain dwarf and a hill dwarf, how would you react?
Probably with a bit of understanding.
Oh, never mind that.
Should have said dwarf and werewolf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
So,
an anaconda is an animal and not a person.
So what now?
No, but
I'll
beast
shut up it.
Beast folk take on some attributes of animal counterparts, don't they? Like Sven has fur like a tiger's, even if he's not a tiger.
Natari just sits back. Vic, what you said is quite offensive to Yanti. Stifling back a
I didn't
laugh as she says that.
Interesting, I wasn't referring to you, Auntie, but anacondas are literally just large snakes.
Yep.
I think this conversation is not going in any sort of beneficial direction, so perhaps we should just...
Nope.
That seems to be a common trend around you, Chucklefucks.
Once he started talking about attributes, I was worried about where the next ones were going to go. Oh, and terse that should work for the leg too, in case. You feel the need.
I'll let you know. Once you guys go, handle what you need to do. We'll be here.
Cyrus, if anything is desperate, I'll be keeping an eye on the sending stone.
Good. I'll if anything comes up, I will send you the message. You'll get it. Don't let it get too far.
Right. I guess we just head out. Make sure Amelia's meal and drinks are on Vic's society tab. So
You guys come down and she's telling some probably rather offensive story to anyone who will listen, which is a lot of people that are sitting around her. And just you come down as a punchline is said, and wave of laughter comes out, and you're probably not sure if you want to know what it is she's saying.
like a racist elf joke or something.
So, where are you guys going? To Rook's or Carrington's?
Well,
Well, no one will
Which
speak at
one
once.
sounds more interesting? Because one of them sounded like that was where they had the dealers mainly,
That'd be Rook's Roost.
or
yeah.
at least the. Mhm. And then soil sow. That one was.
I didn't even check that one out because I didn't have a reason to. It was the soiled sow was basically just a potential place that Tann could have died at, and I managed to go to the right place first. I think it's probably just another hideout for some other dealers. It couldn't hurt to check it out, but I don't think we'll find much unless, I don't know, maybe there's multiple places working together.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's the devil we do or the devil we don't.
Yeah.
But, ultimately, either way sounds good.
If we're all going down there, like who's going? Like, is it the whole party?
I assume everyone, yeah.
Yeah, I'll go.
Sure.
Well, Vic, if we do go, you will absolutely stand out like a sore thumb, and no one will talk to us. Maybe not even Vic. Just
Yes, I was thinking, perhaps I've seen them before with some type of sleeves that can change the appearance of one's clothing. Perhaps getting a set of those to cover things up might be helpful.
that would be, but for the short term, I can help you with that. I'll take out my Dust of Illusion, Hat of Disguise. Do you want this? Hand you the Hat of Disguise, and I'll take some dust. Last chance.
Well, we'll see if we can't find a magic shop on the way down.
Alright. Put the dust
most
back.
definitely can.
Yeah, the sleeves of many garments are 200 gold, so I feel like
okay.
there's a pretty good chance I'll be able to find those somewhere.
Yeah. I think I made my own the one day, so.
I mean, Fernick could probably crack them out in about 25 minutes.
Slap them together.
You'll pass a place called the Top Hat on your way, literally to where you want to go, which is a magic store that sells a lot of that kind of stuff. So, oh good.
Okay. I'll just buy them.
All right.
I'll make some divine alchemy potions while they're doing that.
Okay.
It doesn't explicitly say that it
Shaking
covers
them
up armor, but it says it transforms the appearance of current garments, so I would assume that would function like that.
Worst comes to worst, it makes a coat which goes over it.
Sure.
Yeah. So, you're going on to Rook's Roost. Who's leading?
Probably. I can lead from a distance. Well, if we're going to Rook's Roost, what is our goal there? Like, just to knock on the door and say, hey, did you kill anyone and possess them recently?
I mean, do a slightly deeper sweep of the area. If we can find any more information.
Alright. Well, I can probably do that with maybe a Grievous' help if you guys want to go to Carrington's.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And then once you guys are done there, we'll probably have some more information for you, or we might not.
That works.
Alright. Does that work with you, Grievous?
I think we'll get the job done one way or another.
Alright.
Okay.
Like can-do attitude.
You guys can go ahead and give me a knowledge local. The rest of you are going to Madame Carrington's, yes? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll give
Well,
guidance before we go.
not my best roll ever.
I'll give you both guidance.
Why, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, we'll get back to you later.
Yeah.
You guys head through Bridgefront. Madam Carrington's is a...
Oh, sorry. One last thing. Before we go, keep an eye on your coin purse. Just that, yeah.
Say nicer, which is being nicer's doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. Her name is displayed on like a placard which hangs over the street next to like a crescent moon, and the glass set into the door is mostly cracked. Who goes in first?
I'll go in first.
Okay. You enter the door and you have to go up a small set of stairs to a initial room. What you find is kind of what passes for a waiting room. Chairs, couches, things that at one point were probably pretty nice, but that was probably about 40 years ago. Otherwise, the room seems to be pretty well together. There are a couple other people actually sitting there waiting already. Not a huge group or anything, but you can definitely tell like who's sitting with who. Most of them appear to be on the horror side, obviously. And yeah, you guys just sit, I suppose.
Sure. Find an empty table.
Sure. The room isn't huge, so where you guys sit probably fills out what qualifies as seating in this room. About 5 or 10 minutes go by, and a set of double doors leading, the only set on this floor, into a room open up. A man steps out, like opening both doors, turning, and then closing the doors behind him. He's thin, he's pretty tall, rather pale, wears glasses. And once the door is closed, he turns, showing off like the pale face below, like starch white hair and glasses, rimless. Looks around and says, "Ma'am, please." He gestures to a man and a woman who've been sitting and says, "She will see you now, yes?" He opens the door and lets them in, and then closes it behind them. He then turns to see that there are a new group waiting and says, "If you are here to see Madam Carrington, it will be about a 30-minute wait." Very good.
Fine.
Thank you for your patience. We'll be with you shortly. He,
So,
yeah. You guys say anything, do anything before,
Sven, what kind of books were you able to recover this time?
At a game, I sent a message to the Discord. So I know that you can get them for all the knowledge skills, but there were also some that I wasn't sure if I could get them for, but like a book for heal, right? That might be like a medical whatever.
that's,
So the unsure ones I wanted Gray's approval on before saying I got them. But I got all the knowledge ones, which was about 500 gold.
in this city, you're gonna be able to find whatever you want one way or another, within reason.
In character, Sven just meows at Vic.
Yeah.
Ooh. That makes sense.
Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Heal book. Meow meow meow.
Just as the subtitles going.
Rick is just nodding, like he knows exactly what he's saying.
Well, the man retreats inside, and yeah.
They might scan over us, so don't pull any funny stuff.
Well, I didn't. I don't it.
Daxius Giro, what kind of information were you looking for?
I guess just I want to see like I just want to scout it for now. Just watching for any activity, people going in and out. If there's like anyone I might know from previous experience and who I know them to be employed to. Like if I know anyone whom I can see going in that would be affiliated with a certain organization, like the Breakwaters or something. How good is how perceptive would you say you are, Grookmesh?
Decently so. Not nearly as good as Vic. I believe you're quite a bit more perceptive than I am.
Fair enough. Because I'm wondering if I can leave that to you and perhaps maybe look around the area, maybe even the building itself, and because sometimes a lot of these groups will communicate in symbology and simple messages. Perhaps if there's stuff like that around.
Well, out of character, I've got plus 11 to perception.
You're higher than me.
Oh, well, okay then.
Because I actually am familiar with the people in this town more, I'm going to scout here and just watch the area. If you can actually look around the local alleyways and behind just things. If you see any markings that might look like, oh, it's just some like teen tagging the area. No, it's probably a symbol for something. So I'll hand you like a piece of paper. Just sketch anything you find.
I will. I guess should I roll stealth and just walk down some alleys, or do you think? I guess I probably don't need to roll stealth.
It might be better to not draw attention, considering we're kind of skulking around.
Well, I'll put on my hat of disguise and turn into a, dress appropriate for the area. Turn myself into a bald human. That's gonna be my go-to disguise, just so that way y'all can recognize me.
Fair enough.
But anyways, I'm gonna walk down some side alleys.
Guess I will keep eyes in the sky.
Alright. Daxius, most of the people that you see coming and going definitely appear to be addicts. Poor people, all of them, every single person that comes up to the door are stopped. The two bouncers speak with them. You can see that money is exchanged, and then one of them opens the door and lets them in. It isn't over the hour that you're watching, it's not a huge amount of people. I'm talking maybe 5, if entirely, as in total coming and going. And all of them appear to be users.
No dealers or anything.
No.
And there's no one going in or out the back at all?
Not really, no. In fact, the guard there doesn't even seem to be paying the closest attention to everything.
That's worrying. I have a theory about that, but okay.
Giru, you spend the hour kind of walking around. There are a lot of fucking symbols painted or scratched or dug or gouged in a lot of surfaces. Most of Bridgefront is covered with them, and there's probably so goddamn many that you're going to fill up a sketchbook with them.
What about how many of these would I recognize? Would it be like common symbols like the Kilroy or the Anarchy symbol, or just like would it be stuff unique to this area? Should I roll knowledge local for that?
Knowledge local, you do obviously recognize religious symbols, primarily of the main pantheon, but you do see things related to eviler gods such as Asmodeus. You see symbology that you think is probably demonic or devilish of some kind. You see visages of animals cut in. Nothing really stands out. The only thing that you kind of pass is, or that really stands out, is you pass a pretty large house where there are nothing built up near it. And in the ground and on like the gates around it is a shitload of what looks like rats cut into like very obviously like, and nobody seems to want to go there.
You say rats?
Rats.
That's interesting. While I'm walking down the alleyways, do I hear any interesting conversations?
You can hear people babbling in their homes. You pass some people who look like they're conked out. You go up an alleyway that a lot of people like seem to want to avoid, and there are like a couple of people back there tweaking.
Can I'm gonna go up to one of the tweakers and try and get some information about where he got his shiver from.
You go up to them and their eyes are open and their bodies are moving, but they have no perception of anything around them. Even if you touch them, there is no reaction.
Rob them.
No, I don't want to rob these drug addicts. Let me see. Let me think of something. Can I use knowledge local or perception to look at the bottom of their feet or shoes to see what dirt, like what area of town the dirt may have come from?
Yeah, no. That is way too specific for something like this. And also would probably be the area which you are presently in.
There's about 6 inches of dirt and muck in every single square foot of this area, so
they're not going to get to the end of the alleyway without.
So we know the drugs are being bought locally.
Hey, good job, Grugamesh. You solved the case.
And if it's really as addictive as they say, then who's to say they wouldn't be shooting up as soon as they get it? I'm going to look around for any sort of corners or any sign of mysterious people, and I'm going to go around scratching my arm, and I'm going to change my hat of disguise and make myself look really thin, looking like I need a fix, like I'm itching, like I would rob the next person I see, just to, get some, chill? What was that? Shiver. Just to get some shiver.
To specify, I don't think you can use the hat to make yourself look that skinny.
Well, I'm gonna make myself look as whatever. I'm gonna make myself look like a drug addict, and whatever the DM decides the hat of disguise that makes it look like.
You'll look sallow and unhealthy, but yeah, it's not gonna make you like, skin stretched over skeleton thin.
Well, hell yeah, that's what I'm going for. Do I need to roll disguise?
Yeah. Because this is gonna be some acting.
You get a +10 on this.
Oh man, do I look like a drug addict?
I mean, yeah, you definitely look like somebody who's a user.
I'll just message like halfway through this experience, like check your coin purse.
I actually have no money.
So
that's
probably smarter.
That's why I want to sell some of these gems I have. I'm in debt to the party fund by like 1,300 gold or something.
Damn, holy shit.
Anyways, yeah, so I'm just gonna be like looking around, be like mumbling to myself, oh man, I really need some shiver right now, hoping somebody hears me.
Give me a performance.
Is that under background skills?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Perform.
Can I take 10 on this?
Can you take 10 on
No.
something like that?
No,
Yeah,
I don't
didn't
think you can on
so.
performance.
Okay.
Got any inspiration?
There's a feat that lets you do it.
I don't know why there's a -1 on that. Charisma. Yeah, okay.
You're walking around like mumbling to yourself, scratching your arms, just kind of. You're pulling what you think is probably the best performance you've ever done in your whole life. Somebody tells me this is probably the only performance you've done in your entire life. And like you start asking people, and everyone's like, "I don't know, man. I don't know," or like people will just kind of turn you away, or like fuck off. You go into the market, and some people are like, "Oh, some people will be around maybe," or just like whatever, go away.
Can I look around for other drug addicts who are not like inebriated at the moment? Do I see any of them?
Not in this area, not right now, no.
I feel like I reached a roadblock. I'm gonna return to Daxius with the information I've gotten.
When he returns to me, can I just do a perception check to see if there's anyone that is watching us
Sure.
after Gilgamesh made a little walk around town?
Oh, I'm gonna change my disguise again when I'm in an alley. I'm gonna turn into a half elf.
Okay. When he returns, you don't notice anybody watching the two of you. Nobody's following. There's so many fucking people, and everyone looks so run down that, yeah.
Fair enough. Do you find any symbols of spiders or anything?
I found some of rats.
Rats. Like, just rats on the ground? Or just symbols
They
of
were
rats?
like carved out. It'd be easier to show you, and I'm gonna take Daxius over to that house we saw.
Okay. Am I familiar with this place?
Not really. It's a
Okay.
big-ass, ugly old home. Looks like all the windows are boarded up from the outside.
I'm gonna see if I can find a way in. Sneakily, of course. I'm gonna roll stealth first.
Okay.
And
Hold on first, one moment. Because this could be...
I'm thinking it might be one of those trap houses, like a drug den. I think what we might need is in there.
I think what we... I'm not saying that there's nothing of importance in here, but we should focus on one target at a time.
I'm telling you, houses like this don't just stay here. They've got legs. It'll get up and run away. I think we need to go in now.
I don't know what kind of dwarven tales of warehouses you've been told, but I can assure you these are quite stationary.
I don't know. I got a feeling the conditions will change if we leave now. I think we should go in, and I'm gonna.
Let's just look at the area first before we barge our way inside a random person's home, or a random gang's home, or a random gang's hideout, or a vault of some shit.
You're good at diplomacy. I'm sure if there's not a situation we can fight ourselves out of, we can sure as hell talk our way out of it.
No, if they catch us inside of their home, their first action will be to murder us.
Not if we murder them first. I said if violence doesn't work.
Look, Gilgamesh, please. Let's just
Okay.
mellow our heads for a second.
So what are
Take
we
a deep
doing?
breath in.
Yeah, okay.
I
All
think they're
right.
doing a B&E.
I want to take
Hell yeah. Did Vic say B&E? I think you heard the man, Daxius. Vic said B&E.
I literally didn't. I think you're hearing things. You need to go to a hospital, I think.
Sorry, it's this new medication I'm on.
Gilgamesh just has a hand puppet of Vic.
Gilgamesh already has his foot on the door to kick it down while Daxius is trying to talk him down.
Okay, I'm just gonna. So just so I think I'm understanding. Is it just drawn pictures of rats, or you said they were like cut up, like?
There's a shitload of them.
Okay.
Give me a knowledge local.
Absolutely. I don't know if I want to take 10 on this because that might not be enough. So.
I don't know.
I mean, I got a 19, so if you take 10, that would get 20, so I may as well roll for it.
I would get 25, but I'm gonna
you
say
get
big money and no
25.
whammies and roll for it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
These look like warning signs.
Yeah. Good fucking thing. Gilgamesh. This is a symbol that basically tells people, don't come in here or you will die. Don't rat us out or you will die. Don't do anything that we don't tell you to do or you will die. So let's just avoid this place for now, yeah?
I won't push the point to go in any further, but generally, when somebody tells you to stay away from something, it's because there's something good there.
I'm not saying there's not, but I am saying it's not worth it.
You're right. But
That's the point
this
the
house is
GM
suspicious.
noises.
You so badly wanna.
Me too. So, Vic,
I'm not saying it's tempting.
the three of you watch the other two groups come in and come out. Do you do anything during that time?
How long do those books take before you can get the bonus to the skill?
4 rounds, isn't it, Barry?
1d4 rounds.
Oh, cool. Okay, because well, basically, I'm trying not to metagame here. I was looking through the lore document again, and I found some stuff that might be relevant.
Ooh.
I'd like to do a knowledge religion, if possible, because there's something that I am looking at right now, but I don't know that Vic would necessarily make that connection immediately, because he doesn't have a lore document in front of him at the moment. I'm guessing Gray probably knows what I'm referring to, because it's like it's almost using the exact wording that you've used, but what is it? A 2 for the book?
I think. I don't know. Barry's the one that looked it up, so I'm.
Yeah, it's a +2.
And hell, if I could take 10 on that, that would probably be enough. It would be at an 18.
And you
Anyway,
him?
I'll just say the name, and you can tell me how much you think this was work. The imagery that I'm getting is of Malik. Am I at all on the money here?
Or what exactly? The spider thing?
Well, we'll say this is out of character rather than in character, because I don't know how much of this Vic would know. Looking at it, well, first off, sacred animal is the spider. The symbolism there. He's described as being a god of nightmares. Again, there. Dreamwalker. Again. A lot of just stuff like that. Also, typical worshippers being hidden human cults. Pretty much on the nose there.
That's a reasonable assumption.
Yeah.
That's a very reasonable assumption. Holy shit.
The only thing that I'm concerned about is I don't know how much in character knowledge Vic would know with that context.
I don't know. Like, Malik isn't a god that's celebrated. Hell, even at the Great Pantheon, you're not sure if he would have a nook. Because even here, like, you can still pray to evil gods, mostly as a way of, like, please don't fuck me over. It's also not necessarily a thing that's, like, very heavily educated. I don't think I ever spoke to you about your character's actual, like, education beyond, like, what your father would have taught you or what you would have picked up from Melian.
Yeah. So I think we did talk about that briefly in a different session, and it was more of a functional education than
a rote one. Okay.
a typical, like, you know.
A structured education.
Yeah.
So I want to say, like, with an 18, you can, like, kind of have that thought of, this seems kind of familiar, maybe I should look into it.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's something like there's a few keywords in there that seem like they might be going together, but it's not enough to make the full connection. But
Right.
if nothing else, probably got the name and something that can be dug into more later.
I can say that you, like, I can believe that you would make a connection similar to that, but this is the situation of, like, maybe you should look into that later, you're not 100% sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'll add it to my list of things to research.
Yeah, people who have stuff to research, please put that in your character's thing, because if I don't know that you're researching that, I don't know to make things for you to find.
Fair enough.
It's true.
Yeah, I should have sent
Be
that
kind
stuff.
to your GMs. We are people too. So, finally, the door opens, and the same well-dressed, very thin, white-haired man comes out and says, "She will see you now. Please come in." This is probably about the time that, like, Daxius, you and Hero would be finishing up. Would you go right back to Carrington's, or would you wait at Rook's Roost?
I don't see a reason for us to head over there.
Yep.
I think they got it pretty handled, so I think for now, just kind of
Okay.
watching the area and seeing if there's anyone I might know who goes in or out. Probably not, but maybe.
So, through the doorway, you are able to see that you are going into a pretty darkened here, meaning like there's light, but it's like shadowed, 20 by 20 room. You guys just head right in because the man's just standing aside, waiting, like gesturing for you to enter at your leisure.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody's stopping us.
All right. You enter. This is what you see. Most of the room are lit by what functionally look like gas lamps, ever-burning torches that have a shade over them to kind of give the room a sort of atmosphere. It's not dark in here, but it definitely is like a bit shadowy. The room is well appointed. It is filled with shelving, seating, plush, very plush. The curtains that cover the windows on either side are sealed with very thick-looking curtains that are tied shut with ties. There is a table in the center, low coffee table, with 5 chairs sort of facing it, on which there are a bunch of instruments. Instruments here meaning a Ouija board, pieces of paper, candles, a writing planchette. On the other side is a fainting couch, very well carved backing with a woman sat atop it in what looks like a morning gown. Very old one, too. It's hard to tell her age. She is human, though. But it's hard to tell her age because you can tell she is very sallow. She looks like, honestly, little more than... She would remind you of somebody who's probably stage 4 cancer. The way her face hangs on the left side might give you a little insight as to why. Her eyes flicker up to you, and the way she's like sat back so that she can see people. Her lips move a little bit, but you can't hear anything. Her eyes flicker to the chairs sat before the coffee table. Oh god.
Oh. No, go ahead.
The man says, "Please take your seat, and I will be just outside." And he closes the door that you would come in and goes through a smaller door in the far corner.
Guess I'll sit down.
Do that and smile over to her and say, "Good afternoon."
There's no... She does not verbalize any kind of a response. Vic, as you sit down, you see a pen nearby lift into the air on its own, dab itself into an inkwell, and begin to write on the planchette. It writes out, "You come to question the living or the dead," and then hangs.
It's a
The
good
dead might be
question.
most direct.
Yeah, bit of both, I suppose.
Option C, both.
Just yes. It's inclusive or.
Perhaps it might be
We,
best to start with the dead.
She
I
just
couldn't
waits.
wait though.
She doesn't move, she blinks, and that's about it.
Do we all think that would be?
Yeah, let's do.
I don't think it necessarily is a hard choice. Perhaps it's best if we clarify. We're here for personal and political business. You are a viewer of dreams, as you've been described. Am I correct?
The pen simply quickly scrawled out yes.
And I'm sure you, of all people, would know the state of the dreams here in Bridgefront is not particularly healthy.
She just blinks. Nothing new is written.
Is this something you know more about? Something that could...
Taps under yes and then underlines the same question. You come to question the living or the dead.
Probably the dead,
Right.
honestly.
Where are you going with this? I thought we were coming in here to question maybe the spirit of the deceased, but if there's someone better.
Well, who better to discuss the state of the dreams than with someone who apparently walks in them herself? Perhaps we might have some questions for the dead, but I think our main goal would be the questions for you. Where can we find the source of these dreams? The drugs that are shipped throughout Bridgefront.
She blinks, then her eyes close and open again, and they are pure white. The pen hovers back over the inkwell, fills the dip up again, and then begins to write. What is written out is: the spider's poisonous webs stretch over Bridgefront. The pen then floats back to the inkwell, fills itself again, and then writes out: the spiders have ensnared the slumbering minds of the lucid. It then underlines the word lucid several times rather aggressively, and then floats back to the inkwell.
I see. So their spirits might be unrecoverable.
Where is the spider's nest?
The pen fills itself and then scrolls out. The dealer's foul, dreaming drug spread from the night market.
A night market. Okay. And
Is
how
Daxius
might
here?
we
No.
Ruruma's just
Go back.
either.
How might we go about getting to this night market?
It's directly to the south.
Oh. Well, that makes it relatively easy. I thought it sounded like it was some sort of illegal thing.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of what it sounded like.
The pen floats back to the ink, fills itself, and then writes out: I have witnessed their deaths. They have come for protection. I cannot protect them. The deaths will continue. And then fills itself once more.
Of who? The people being affected by these spirits?
The pen taps itself and then writes out, "Flies caught in the web."
Well, that's definitely a start anyway.
Can you give any names or addresses?
I think
does
we
not
might be asking a bit much for direct answers.
Mhm.
It was worth a shot.
Natari's there and she's just thinking, wait, you said the spider? Isn't that one of the fucking names Daxius was going off about?
Mhm.
I don't fucking remember what it was about, but he was going off about how they were all so important. I don't know. Is this the same spider?
They mentioned multiple spiders, so probably not the spider.
Well,
Is there a brood mother we could find to eliminate the eggs?
The pen dips itself into the ink, knocks on the edge of the jar, and writes out, "The cult's crooked witch, the witch who seeks the key, steals the souls who die here."
Well, then I guess it sounds like she's the one that we'd be wanting to find out more about.
Somebody else you could probably ask about. These moldering corpses at currently at Northlight.
Well, that's fair. I guess if it's possible, is there any remnant of the victim left?
Was it?
I keep on mixing up the names.
Garrick Tannin?
No, it's like Ferris Tan.
Frell
Frell.
Tann, F-R-E-L-L.
Ferrell.
Frell? Okay, because I had the complete fucking wrong name then.
Garrick is the uncle.
Oh, Garrick's. Oh, I see where I was confused with my notes. Okay.
Is the are you able to contact the boy, Frell Tann?
The pen writes, or excuse me, goes back to the inkwell, dips in, and then writes out, "He came to me days ago. He tried to sell me a large journal belonging to Sojourn, a key of precious metal, but his price was too high, so he sought someone else. She has taken his soul."
Well, it does sound like that may have something to do with it.
Is the she you speak of the witch, the cult's crooked witch?
Yes. And then circles it and circles it and circles it and circles it. The pen goes back to the inkwell, dips in and says, and starts to write out, "He rules the dream world. Her domain expands by the night."
Then I suppose we'd better try to do something about this as soon as possible. It's not as though we don't need to sleep, too.
Is there anything we can do to protect ourselves or others?
The pen goes back to the inkwell, dips in, pushes aside the filled paper, and then begins writing on a fresh one. "Seek my Baku in the dreamland. Else, do not dream."
Seek my what in the dreamland?
Baku. B-A-K-U.
Do I know what that is?
Give me a knowledge arcana.
I'll try that as well.
I might not.
I'll try it.
Vic, since you are a close cleric, as we're going to get at this point, to Sojourn, you've heard of Baku. They are creatures that live in the world of dreams. That's about as what you know of them, though. You've never seen a depiction, and obviously because you haven't walked the dreamscape, you've never seen them.
Oops. I need to speak to Melee about this. May have more experience in that regard.
Well, I know we'll definitely try. It seems we have a bit to educate ourselves on before we risk doing any of that.
As you guys sit, the ink pen goes back to the inkwell, lifts up, and then begins to shake. The ink pen then falls to the paper, and Madam Carrington's eyes close and open, and they are normal again.
Yep, I guess I'll give her a nod and be like, "Thank you."
She doesn't move.
Look to the others, a little bit shaken.
Yeah. The door in the back opens and the man steps out, seeming to sense that the reading has come to an end, and says, "Well, I hope that you've received the answers that you're hoping to receive. It will be 25 gold. Put it on the table."
All right.
Wouldn't say it was the answers we were hoping to receive, but they were good answers.
Vic can pay for it.
Oh,
Nobody
I was
else is.
gonna.
Oh.
But
I mean, however we want to do it.
I think it's just 25
do
gold.
pay.
You could take it from the party fund.
Yeah,
It's true.
gotta use that money for something.
Yeah, I'll just take it out of the party fund, I guess.
Yeah, you better.
All right. I suppose we'd better be off then, and hope the rest of it Just hope y'all stay safe.
The thin man crosses the room to the door and opens it just like he has for the other people. As they open, you see there are a few other people waiting in the waiting room outside.
Are you good? Oh my gosh.
Cats are special.
Someone had to itchy. Yeah, but I was gonna leave if everyone else was.
Sure.
We're not gonna attack this old lady.
Let's
Try
rob
to take
her.
her shit.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be, she'll put up quite the fight, being comatose on the couch.
Obviously, that's how it works.
Yep.
No negative karma will apply from that at all.
Watch as you go. In the light, you're able to see the potted plants that are sitting in the corner, probably the only fresh color in the entire room. There's a heavy feeling in that room as you guys walk out.
Yeah.
The man invites the next group in and closes the door.
I follow them in. No. No.
Oh. What now?
I guess meet back up. Reconvene.
Yep.
It's his.
Swap our informations.
Yeah, I guess so.
So you guys are going to Rook's. Anything there?
It works.
Okay. Faxius Giru, nothing has really changed between when you came here and this point when the three of them are leaving to come rejoin you.
All right. Yeah. We'll just didn't find anything much more useful. I was hoping maybe there'd be something I could work with, but I don't know. Aside from just breaking in at this point, I guess there was one thing. I noticed all the people who are going in this time of day, all of them are addicts. None of them seem to be people who are dealing or plan to second-hand deal it out, so perhaps they have... And honestly, the guard didn't seem like he gave that much of a shit about his job anyways, and for an operation this extreme, you'd think it'd be, well, a little more careful. I'm thinking they might have another entrance, or perhaps that they have a network connecting a few buildings to each other, but I don't know.
Oh, I guess with that knowledge local, you will have learned that there's a shitload of these kinds of dens. Generally speaking, they function like hookah dens, as in this is where people come to get high in a place that is not an alleyway.
Right, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Kind of thought that was implied, but I'm gonna definitely clarify that as I see I'm the only one who's been to a hookah den, so...
Well, I mean, I assumed as much. It's like everybody who's going in as a junkie, I would assume that means that the drugs are already inside.
Yeah.
There are like a million hookah lounges in Louisville and Lexington. I feel like it's like that in every city now.
Never
Yeah,
been
I-
inside one.
Yeah, neither have I. I don't.
Yep.
You're not missing
They're
much,
drunk.
really.
They have the hookah thing, and then they do the hookah.
Wow.
So, yep,
Yeah,
exciting.
It's
Dax
not that
just
it's
knows all
Go
about
here to
it.
smoke.
No.
We just
I
lost
have
our hookah
literally-
sponsor.
no knowledge of this area. My
Damn.
So,
Yeah, the company founded by John Hookah.
God.
so, you guys do have evidence that he died here. Frell Tann probably died here.
Mm-hmm. Probably try to dispose the body here.
Jeez.
So if this is just a hookah joint, then yeah, we could probably just walk in, or some of us could anyway. Even with your big coat, Vic, I'm not certain. I mean, I already have Grugamesh for muscle, and I can handle him.
Oh.
So it might be better if you wait out front. That's just my recommendation.
That's fine. I want to go take care of something real quick. Did look something up.
All right. And I'd recommend doing this now and after you leave the area. All of you, check your coin purses now, just to be sure.
Leave my coin. I leave my coin purse at the inn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right. Well then, nothing to worry about.
I do so, and then I end up giving it to Etor and being like, "Oh, well, that makes sense. Here you go. No, you can't eat it. You better not, or I'll know."
So.
You come back out of the hookah bar, and the door's just like packing up just a coin purse. Great.
So.
Just drawstrings going out of his mouth.
As
God
you're standing there
damn it.
discussing this, you see somebody walk up to the door. The two bouncers stop them, kind of looks them over, gives them an okay. Money is given to one of the bouncers. The bouncers turn, somebody knocks on the area, obviously heavily reinforced metal door. A slot opens, slot closes. The door opens, money is handed in. The door opens further, and the person is allowed inside. The door then closes behind them, and the bouncers go back to standby. You would also notice that the back door is equally as well guarded. Well, not guarded by people, but guarded by metal. Somebody's bashing that door in unless they're real fucking determined.
We look to
Is it just a
Grugamesh.
one-story building?
Sorry, say again?
I could take a swing at the door.
Oh,
No, it is a two-story
why?
building.
Okay.
So,
Wow.
who's doing what?
Shall we just walk in the front door and see what's what?
I
View.
think so.
basically.
And that would be
All right.
4 of you?
Sven might want to stay back because he's very conspicuous.
Well, you're good at
So am I.
talking with people and diffusing situations better than me. I can handle my own in a conversation, but if things get too heated,
Daxius,
it
I
might
think
be
we
good
should
heavy.
we should probably both go in looking like drug addicts.
I think, honestly, I'm conspicuous enough as my own self as it is. But you, definitely.
Actually,
Hell
struck
yeah.
like you had a disguise to turn into a drug user, and nothing changes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Daxius. We can't be friends anymore. They taught me at my school that I can't be friends with drug users.
Oh, right, sure. Like, you paid attention when they were doing the dare shit.
You're a bad influence on me.
You're just figuring that out now?
It's like middle fantasy dare. But that's like
It was like there's a dare in this universe, and it also increased the number of drug users.
Yeah. All right. Before we moments before we go in, I am going to cast Detect Thoughts on myself. Just so you all know right before I cast this, I only have 7 minutes on this, so let's try and get to someone important quickly.
The timer's starting now. It's 10:20. We got 7 minutes.
Oh,
It's you need to learn to read the sun better.
so. The 4 of you go up to the door.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
The bouncers obviously see you coming, and as you get to the door, they step together to block your entry.
I go up to him and I look the part and I go, "It's okay, guys. They're with me."
We're a group. Look, we know the fucking deal. Will you just let us in already?
The other
Guys,
two,
you just have to give them gold.
do they look
Yeah.
I'll. Does anyone have gold?
I don't have any gold.
I'll say I'll left with 300 gold.
Yeah.
So the
It's gonna
the
be like
other
a motion
two-
over to Edgar, and he's just like, oh.
The other two, how are you dressed? Like, how do you appear like you normally do?
Yes, Fen always has his armor on.
Yeah.
Oh, I completely blanked on that. You guys
Yeah,
probably should
that's-
get some Dust of Illusions.
Yeah, that's why I said I probably should stay outside, because Sven always has his armor on.
That's
Sven's
fair.
wearing like 30,000 gold worth of armor and
Yeah.
magical shit.
In that case, if you want to, I won't object if you want to stay outside then.
Yeah. Keep me updated with messages, and I'll charge in if you need cavalry.
Okay. I'll say that I gave them like both Phoenix and Gilgamesh a Dust of Illusion sprinkling.
Well, I've got the sleeves of many garments, so
Yeah,
Oh, you do as well.
I can make it look shittier.
I've got the hat of disguise on, so I'm all good.
I'll put bandages around my tail, also because that covers up the holy symbol
Okay.
in the shiny ink that a homeless person probably can't afford.
Okay, so the three of you, I'm assuming that the other person has made sure to keep out of sight of the bouncers.
Sure, yeah. I'll be down the street, leaning against a building, smoking tobacco.
They look the three of you over, then say, "It's 5 gold per. You bring your own drugs."
5, 10, 15. Fucking, there you go.
One of them takes the money, they back up, and just like you saw, one bouncer turns, gives a knock combination, and a slot opens. Like was for somebody to look out. You then hear somebody begin speaking.
I mean, my detect thoughts is already going. Do I hear any of their thoughts on the other side of the door?
Probably. Yeah, you definitely do. They're casting Dispel Magic.
Oh,
Let's
Or excuse
Do
me,
it-
Detect Magic.
detect
Oh.
magic.
They're casting Detect Magic.
Is it-
It's a
I-
damn good
I
thing
will-
I didn't go in there.
Well,
Everyone is still covered in magical stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
we're all covered in magical shit. I've got a bunch of illusion stuff and shit.
Yeah.
So
They finish.
I'll
Obviously, the
just-
thought is.
I'll mumble to Phoenix and just tell them they're casting detect magic.
you can counterspell that, right?
Yeah,
That's a
but they'll
bad
forget I
idea.
did.
They will notice.
Yeah. You hear the person say,
Although there.
or the person think to themselves, something right here. You then hear the person, everybody hears
Yeah.
the person say, "Tell them to fuck off," and closes the slot again. The two the bouncer that was looking at this seems kind of like, what? And then just turns around, hands the money back. He said to fuck off.
You
Fuck you guys then. Give him the finger. Let's go. We got
You'll have to
better places to
apologize.
be.
that guy has a bit of an attitude. I'm sure they saw him and knew his reputation. If y'all are new in town, I'm sure you don't know who that is, but you'll find out soon enough. And then I walk off.
Yeah, I'll leave as well. Oh.
Well, that's one way to
Well,
handle it, I guess.
Well, those guys are a lot smarter than I took them credit for.
I will, as a
Dude.
DM, hand you this one. You
No,
have evidence
don't.
that somebody important died here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Right.
wait a minute. We've been deputized.
Yeah.
I
Remember
pull up,
that?
I take off my hat, and I'm like, "Hell yeah, brothers! Actually, we're here investigating a murder, so y'all gotta open up."
While we're walking away, you turn around and do this.
Oh my god. You guys just
This isn't-
remembered that?
This isn't, yeah. This
This
isn't
is-
like a takes backsies. Like, this is what we're doing.
This is like if Columbo's shtick was not well timed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one more question.
I didn't forget.
There's like
but I
people
thought the
were
point-
already walking
They would-
away,
they
and he
did.
charges in.
Well,
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
I didn't forget, but I thought the point was to be slightly more subtle than just cowboys kicking down doors.
so do
Yeah.
I. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But you know, we were handed
True, I-
the answer. So
Well, listen,
I didn't.
I'll
Want to explode them.
You were handed
I'll
part
ju-
of the answer.
I'll just. I'm just gonna put a shoulder on Grootmaster. Just give us
You're gonna
1
put a
second.
shoulder
There seems
on
to
him.
be some confusion, and I'll just bring us into a huddle. Maybe we do this, but maybe I go in first as just a regular customer, because they might try and hide stuff from us if we do that.
they're not gonna let you in.
All right.
So maybe we disappear for 15 minutes, come back, I go in alone, you wait 5-10 minutes, and then you go in as deputy saying, hey, we need to search the place. I can get a look from the inside, get a better idea of what's going on.
Yeah, that sounds
An idea.
good.
Just instead of just going in guns blazing, because these guys are not stupid.
No, they're not.
It is tempting, but still.
I turn back to him like, forget everything you just heard. And then I take that.
I just turned.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's just a Pink Panther scene.
There's
Well,
always
if
a
they-
middle road, but they will never find it.
Aren't there other hookah lounges we could try?
Well, it's
I
this
think
one
we
that we're
need this
interested
one,
in.
yeah.
Oh,
We
okay.
found the evidence he died here.
Mhm.
Okay.
Look, we have some information on the night market. We have to disappear for 15 minutes to make it. Do we? Sorry, I'm just thinking. No.
Mhm.
We're 100% want to go in here. Yes. Do we want to
Hell
go in
yeah.
here? Do we think there's anything we'll find in here that's worth it, or do we want to go to the night market instead?
I think we can
This is the question to everyone.
propositions. I think we could proposition the staff. You know, let them know that it wouldn't be such a good thing if word got out that, you know, a high-ranking noble was just killed here in cold blood and they let it happen. I feel like that wouldn't look very good on their establishment, and we might not be the only ones with a problem with them.
Sometimes you actually have a cohesive thought. I'm very proud of you, Grubish.
Coherent.
I'll pretend like that wasn't condescending, and we'll also pretend like I didn't get that idea from somewhere else.
Cohesive kind of works, especially in his case. Gilgamesh, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I say we send you in stealthily, and then after 15 minutes, I go up and say, I want to talk to the owner, and here's why. Blank, blank, and blank.
Well, okay. Maybe if we're going that route, perhaps it's better if actually Vic does go in, if we're doing the deputized route. And not...
You think-
You are
what-
very,
what-
you are very
what, you think-
strong. You are
think
very
they'll be judge,
useful at
jury,
certain...
and executioner all at the same time?
I think they will look through you. They will think they're not worth your time. They will laugh you out. They won't answer any of your questions. I think Vic is someone they will take very seriously.
Well, I'll prove them wrong. I'll show them all wrong. They'll regret ever having besmirched my name. Every last one of them.
I'm sure if you get them in an arm wrestling competition, you will. But for now, I think perhaps this is much more of a Vic's touch situation.
Listen, Dex. Don't go to the hookah lounge tomorrow.
Gilgamesh was about to FBI open up, and then he got convinced not to. And now, because he's being told that he may not be the most intimidating member of the group, he's about to do it again.
Listen, if I'm not gonna deny you the chance to go in there. If you go in, you can go in with Vic, but you have to be on your best.
I have to hold his hand. Is that what you're saying?
You need
Just
to
play
just
it cool.
Yes.
Okay.
I need you to keep a level head. Okay? I need you to work with me on this, okay? I'm trusting you. I do trust you. Look, Gurgamesh, I can see very clearly that you are trying to help the group, and I super appreciate that, and you are helpful. But not every situation needs... We all have our roles to play. And this is a role for Vic. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to...
I appreciate the talk down, but I think Vic is probably the better choice.
Alright. I just give Gurgamesh a pat. I meant no offense. You are
no offense.
A valued member of this team, and we wouldn't be here without you.
I'm trying to move the scene along. Because we've been standing out this place for 12 minutes now.
That was the last thing I wanted to say.
So, A, who has the piece of shirt?
I think I do. I can pass that off to Vic, though.
I mean, Vic already walked away. But I guess he's probably not that far.
No.
I didn't think anyone was that far away.
There's always two ways that you use your mouth in order to get a place. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean. You can do some threatening, or you can do some convincing. Perhaps somebody who didn't walk away is rather good at the convincing part.
Is he talking about Sven?
I think God is talking about maybe Sven. Yeah.
My players, everybody.
Well, Sven doesn't like using his diplomacy skill despite putting all of his points into it, so...
I use it frequently.
About as frequently as you use Hofstra in combat.
Every time?
So, I guess we'll just get Vic and Sven caught up on the situation and what happened.
Yeah. They're trying to talk their way into a hookah lounge and left both of the only two people who are good at social skills somewhere completely different.
I know, I love it. This is not supposed to be this difficult.
No.
Etra comes over and gives you the interpretive dance version while this is all happening.
Yeah, what he said.
Vic's probably
relaying it to you.
He's probably just like 30 feet down the road looking at like a poster or something. Yeah, alright, well. Just walk. picks up Edder, just puts him on the shoulders and just walks back.
Yeah.
Alright. I get it. Let's go.
On.
Alright. I guess I'll head in first then. To not appear as Daxius, I'm going to go into my Kitsune form.
Okay.
Won't you get recognized in that form?
All your magic stuff.
Yes. I mostly was active in this town as Daxius. Very few. It was only people in the Valier Society who ever saw that, unless I was with the mask. And then again, someone might just think of me of another race, but yeah, I'll give Vic a bunch of my magic items.
Put in the bag of holding.
So,
yeah.
If I could recommend, since we're deputized, Vic and I can literally just walk up to there and be like, hey, we're deputized, we're gonna look in here, and we're both really intimidating. Like, we have a really high intimidation score, both of us. You can just go in.
Yeah. If Daxius is not using his... Huh?
Oh, no, never mind.
Because the thing is, Sven's probably not going to want to take his armor off, so he's not getting in there discreetly.
Yeah, if Daxius is not using the hat of disguise, Vic might do it just to change his face a bit.
But they're going to detect all that stuff.
They don't have a choice.
We're not asking to come in. We're telling them we're coming in, so
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter.
So yeah, I'll give you the I'll give you the crossbow, the rope of climbing, have disguise,
Yada,
the
yada, yada.
yada yada. Yeah.
It's all in the bag of holding. You can
Okay.
just,
And
I don't
I'll
want to keep track of that.
yeah, I'll head in and I'll pay them
Yep.
5 gold.
Same rigmarole. Same, slot opens, slot closes. This time you are allowed in since you are alone, and you pass those tests, and you pay. So
Okay.
you
I'll
enter
just-
inside. There is a stairwell going up, wide enough that there is probably a wizard, probably really low level wizard, but standing there to let you in. Halfway up, you hear the door close and then clunk, 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 clunk. The stairs go up to the second floor and then out into a common area where there are smaller, regressed areas that you're able to sit in order to shoot up or take a hit of whatever it is you have on you.
I'm going to. Is there any seats near the those stairs?
Yeah, there are a couple that are near there. There's a decent amount of people in here. Not like a huge amount of people, but most of them are passed out. You are told by the wizard, it's 5 gold. If you get high and you flip the coin and you don't end up going asleep, you're able to leave, get 4 gold back, and that's that.
Interesting.
So you're able to go up, sit in a cushioned, recessed area, and
Okay. I'll just start. I don't have anything, so I'll just start smoking some tobacco. And if anyone asks, I'm waiting to meet with someone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Outside.
Well, I guess we'll
I'll
wait
follow
for a few
Vic's
minutes.
lead.
Wait for a few minutes after Daxius gets in, so the interaction is not as fresh on the guards' minds.
Honestly, Sven probably could pass as a bodyguard for Vic.
I mean, you do what you like, but you got the diplomacy skills, so if we want to try to keep things civil, you might want to go first. If we don't want to try to keep things civil, that's fine, but that's what we got to do before we got to decide before we start talking.
Okay.
It's up to you.
We should probably figure out how we're going to go about this. Because I feel like that's an important discussion to have. Because there's very different ways we can go about this.
Well, let's try not to keep the discussion too long, for various reasons. But we need to talk to the owner. We need to look around inside to see where the guy died, and we need any information where people might be getting these drugs, which hopefully Daxius will have a little bit of an easier time getting because he's actually in there able to talk to the patrons, whereas we're talking to the administration. So we can ask nicely to start, and then ask less nicely if that doesn't work.
Okay.
But our main goal is to get inside and talk to the boss, and investigate the crime scene if there is one. If that's the route we're going. Everyone comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Alright,
I'll just
so is Sven starting with the good cop routine, or are we just not playing pretend?
I think a good cop, bad cop routine would work.
Okay, well, you'll probably want to start then.
Okay. So, what happens?
I'm going to roll ahead of time to see how well it goes and then roleplay the rollout. Oh, man. Were we ever given, any writ of deputization? Do we have any proof that we're deputized?
Nope.
nah.
But you would know
Probably shoulda-
things that, other people shouldn't.
Hmm.
I shouldn't have read anymore.
I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna ask, like, just give them a nod and be like, we're here to speak to. Do we know what the owner's name is?
No, you never got, or they never collected that. However, you can always just say the owner.
Yeah, like on the. Oh, I'm also drawing a blank on the. What's the name of the organization that we're deputized? Just the sheriff?
The Magistrate of Civil Order. Yeah, it's the Lunar Guard, Magistrate of Civil Order we're working for.
All right, I can just
The
go
city.
up and give them a nod
Junior.
and politely say, on the order of the magistrate, we're here to speak to the owner. Like, just straightforward, polite, no beating around the bush. Doing it the polite way and being like, hey, this is what we're here for, this is who we are. And see how they respond. You think that would work? That's what I'll do. So
Sure.
Sven approaches, he, gives them a nod, each of them, and says, on account of the magistrate, we are here to speak with the owner of this establishment regarding an investigation.
The two bouncers look to each other like confused as fuck, and then say, "You're having me on. Why?
You're having me on?
You're putting me on, excuse me.
Works
Well, the other
either way.
one's got breast bells on. You're fucking with me."
No, I am not. We are here on official business, and we can peacefully. If you wish to run to the owner and tell them that we're here, that's fine. But we are here to speak with them, and we are here on official orders.
The two bouncers kind of
I
like
trust that you understand what that means.
look to one another, like kind of confused, like, "Oh, fuck this." He just turns around, knocks on the door. You hear the thing open. It says, "Go good ass non." Oh no, just fucking tell him somebody important's here. I don't fucking know. Just like the thing shuts and says, the bouncer turns back and says, "Give him a minute."
While we're thinking, I'm going to go ahead and cast Tongues on myself just in case. It'll last for 70 minutes.
Daxius, you see the wizard come up the stairs and cross the room to a doorway in the back. And about 30 seconds later, you see the same wizard come out, leading a man with a very large mustache, probably in his 70s, simply dressed, very clean but very simple, with a head wrap on. He is very obviously a Saurian of some kind, possibly Midrari. The two of them pass by you, the older gentleman obviously taking longer, and then you hear him like easing down the steps. Those of you outside.
I'm actually really quickly. I'm just as this is happening, as he goes by, I'm just gonna be like, oh, this seat's not very comfortable, and I'm just gonna switch to a seat that's closer to where he just came out of.
Okay. So, you do notice there are no guards in here, like nobody's watching you.
Okay.
Well, there are people like making sure no one's being robbed.
Yeah.
But other than that, they're, Anywho. After about a minute or so, the bouncer just sort of like standing there, like, like rocking back and forth on his boots, just waiting. You hear all the locks in the door open, and then the door opens. The older man that I just described steps out and looks to all of you and says, "What is this you're talking about? What is this?"
Are you the owner?
"Yes, I'm the owner."
Vic just looks at him.
Sense motive. I want to see if he's lying about being the owner.
You seem
Tell
to be
the
an
roll.
old man who's talking to you.
Sorry, what are you saying, Lan?
Vic just looks at him and says, Frell Tann.
He turns and the rest of you don't hear what he says, but I guess since you cast tongues, you hear him say, God fucking damn it. And turns and says, yes, he died here. We have treated him the same way that we do every other body that comes through here.
Are you sure this is a conversation you want to be having right here?
He kind of looks up and says, these people do not give a fuck. Come on now. Have you never been to Bridgefront?
I'll take your word for it. From what I've heard, there are lots of ears around.
Always. Look, we do not sell drugs here. We do not provide any of the actual drugs which are taken within the building. We provide a safe environment where people will not be robbed or killed in their sleep, and that is it. If you're trying to find out who exactly provided the drugs which killed Frell, he had friends. Most of them hang out in a place called Fever Dream Alley. That way. They would know. We do not.
At a game, didn't this guy die in his sleep?
Yes.
That is the
You say
implication.
that you protect people from dying in their sleep.
Physically.
Yes.
It is a very common thing for those who use Shiver to die in their sleep. This is a known risk of using the drug. We do not kill them. They simply die.
Well, surely then, if everything is up to snuff, you wouldn't mind if we investigated and looked over the area that he died, no?
Fine. You will get to see where all the drug addicts lie on pillows and get drunk or high or whatever have you, fall asleep, and that is it. And he just turns, and Vic's the only one you can hear him say, God, like fucking tourists and that kind of shit. The door opens and he goes inside. He has to use a handrail in order to go up. He is not physically.
That's before you get too far. That may not be necessary. You say you aren't familiar with his dealer. Are you familiar with any dealers?
No, we do not give them any kind of protection or succor. That is not what we do here.
I'll hop around to discern lies.
Sure.
It is a
Telling the truth.
DC 17. Yeah.
Yeah, he is telling the truth.
But would you know anyone who does know? Surely
Yeah,
you
but-
must.
Yes, I just told you. Frell had
Is it-
friends. Fever Dream Alley, that way. If they do not know, nobody knows.
Perhaps it's a bit of a lost cause, speaking with this man.
I
And,
still would like to look over the place that he died.
You'll be looking over the place that many people died.
I understand.
Perhaps it's not worth it.
Can't take too long. You never know.
Sure.
Alright.
Take a
So-
quick look.
Once again, as I described, goes inside. He has to heave himself up each step. It takes a while because, brother, he ain't moving quick. But finally gets to the top, and you're led into this wide open room, filled with pillows and soft curtains that provide a little bit of privacy. It's kind of a smoky haze in here. Almost all the people who are in here are lying on pillows completely unconscious, or if they are moving, it's sort of rough, moving around in their sleep. The old man leads you across and points to one area and says, "This is where he died. Satisfied?" There is currently 2 other people in there. One lying seemingly peacefully, the other one kind of writhing around and mumbling.
Just out of curiosity, between people surviving and being bedded for the drug and the other outcome. What do you think the proportion is, on average?
Lately, worse and worse. I do not know why. Perhaps the drug is being made worse. Perhaps something is happening in this city. Listen to all the weirdos who talk about the bad dreams and how they kill people. You want to know more about that? Go to Madam Carrington. She knows those things.
We spoke.
Then you know.
Well, I presume you're not one of you're not one to partake yourself.
Hell no.
Good choice. I suspect you're probably doing more good for this area than most. Though. We appreciate your honesty.
You are welcome. Please see.
Yes. Do you have any more information for the tourists? Might be relevant. You can leave some notes.
We shall see. Probably not. I simply provide a place for people to fall asleep. What happens after that is up to them.
Fair enough. Kind of nods and looks over at Daxius and sees what he's doing.
At this point, I guess I'll just subtly just quickly cast a message like, do you think it's worth investigating this guy further?
No, he seemed straightforward enough.
I could go into his office, maybe not now, but another time. Well,
If you're inclined to, but this is more of a
okay, I trust your judgment.
we've got an idea.
I'll just after that I'll stand up and I'll just casually make my way out of the building past the gate crashers.
Okay. You are given 4 year gold back, as was promised. That's about it.
Okay.
Everyone else, I'm assuming, also goes?
Yeah.
So,
I keep forgetting, was it Fever Dream Alley?
Fever Dream Alley, indeed. So, you were given just directions to it, and now with you guys out, you're able to recruit, give gear back to those who handed gear over,
Thank you.
and move on to your next destination. And with that, this is where our session will be ending. Pick up next time with you guys arriving at Fever Dream Alley.
Go.
Until then, those of you at home, thanks for watching, and we'll catch you on the next one. Good night.
Thank you for showing up.
Right.